everybody, we're finally going live with more Dungeons of Hinterberg. Alright everybody, we are back. We are continuing on this quest of the Dungeons of Hinterberg. Is taking out all 25 dungeons a bad thing, or is it going to save the world? Is the mayor good? Evil? Something in between? Is there more going on here? We're going to find out. Alright. Reb. Alright. I kind of want to do the Renaud episode to find out what happened beforehand, but we can do that once we beat the main game. I believe we have 6 or 7 dungeons remaining. One second. God, just one of my lamps. Whoops. Don't know what we just used. We've had a big storm going on today, which is causing all kinds of pain and also freaking out the puppy. All right. Okay. So we gotta go see the mayor. Why even have people over here if you're not going to let us interact with them at all? See if we already sold our trash yesterday or not. I can't remember. Nope, no glue covered equipment. And litter is sold. This is, thanks so much. How did you know? Here, I got you something as well. Large MP potion. That should replace whatever it was we just accidentally used. Okay. I was hoping it would let me at least interact with them. I guess not. Nothing new in the swords department. Whew. Everything that remaining is so expensive. I think the conduits will keep, even though I don't like some of them here. Charm. Alright, let's see. Knockdown damage, backstab, reflect. MP on Slay to go with the HP on Slay. Slow down on potion. Pretty good. I kind of want to sell them, but I don't know. Okay, if it's not a plus plus, we're not keeping it. Knock back. These two are definitely keepers. Three physical, two magic attack. I kind of want to get rid of some of these, but I think we might have room for them later on once we expand. Oh, I forgot to check what she has. Charms. Another full health. Attack plus. Chain plus plus. Physical magical multiplier. It's only a 5%. She's got an increased enemy loot as well. I wonder how many of those you could potentially turn on. Alright, let's see. HP on Slay plus plus. It does seem like eventually the stuff we find she gets. On 120, 110. So it'd be 10 less attack. It's that magic attack that we really don't want to lose. 80 magic attack is quite a lot. Go down to 58. 22 points. Alright. Have we given you a gift today? Alright. I think I've procrastinated all that we can. Restock on our gifts to give. Vienna's awfully cheap. 2,000, 2,000, tens. I kind of like the B-girl outfits. 200,000 for grunge and lederhosen. They do that because they know that grunge is going to be people's favorite. It's the best looking outfit. Alright, we have 2 of it. We don't need to buy another. I guess procrastination time's over. Let's go meet the mayor. Kirchenworth. Here we go. Wow, we matched the decor of the place. Ah, Fraulein Dolfa. The mayor has already been seated. Let's not keep her waiting, shall we? Oh. Hey, puppy. It's okay. It's okay, puppies. Yeah. Puppy, it's okay. You're a good puppy. Yeah. I'm sorry you're liking the storm. Oh boy. Do you want this off? That's the boy. All right. Excuse me. This is going to take the rest of the evening. I'm going to get any shopping done. Probably going to increase my familiarity. Oh, that's good. We don't need to do any other shopping, so let's meet with the mayor. The innkeeper is leading me to a little separé. The mayor likes her VIP treatment. Excuse me. Here we go. Fraulein Dorfer, thank you for coming. What do you say we skip the pleasantries and get right down to business? A little how do you do would be nice. Considering every time we've interacted with her, since that first time where she was nice, every other interaction we've had with her is her being an extremely rude bitch. I think we should have some pleasantries. We can't just come here and be assholes to each other. Not even a how do you do? It would make the evening more palatable. Fine. You know the dungeons will disappear once someone completes them all. So you've put up a fake dungeon and you hid away the real 25th. Yes, I did. Roughly 400 jobs would go away if the dungeons disappeared tomorrow. It'd be a disaster. My job is to protect our people. I do it every day. I take it very seriously. This should never have been a tourist attraction. You don't know what you're dealing with. Magic is bigger than you or me or your village. You're trying to suppress an entity that neither of us understands. You already have earthquakes in your village, goo seeping out of your gutters. You have no way of knowing how bad this will get. You know, I really like that spunk of yours. Reminds me of myself when I was your age. You perceive a wrong, so you want to right it. I understand that. Believe it or not, I'm quite righteous myself. And self-righteous. But Louisa, you're an outsider here. Did you ever stop to think that you may not have all the facts? That I've been dealing with magic for 3 years now. That my office might have it well under control. I know that magic wants it to communicate with us. You're silencing it and it's starting to lash out. You need to stop right now while you still can. Ah yes, your magic visitor. We're getting to the core of it. You seem to have such a knack for engaging with magic. If I didn't know better, I'd even say it seems to like you. And I hear you're looking for a new career as well. So here's why we're having this conversation tonight. Hinterberg could use a new trainer to guide our rookie adventurers. Believe me when I say nobody's going to complete all 25 dungeons. Ever. There's just too much at stake to let that happen. But you're smart. Assume that what I just said is a fact, and that you could still play a very constructive role here. Do something meaningful. The salary would be, well, it would be incredible, and you'd be in the presence of magic constantly. If you really think it poses any danger, perhaps you can help calm it down. So how about it? You want the job? What about Klaus? What information? I really want. You're offering me Klaus's job. What about him? Klaus is good, but we want great. And what information don't I have? You said I don't have all the facts. You're going to have to do better than that. You can't just claim to not have the facts. You have to give me facts. See? I'm afraid this is where my hands are tied. We know each other a little bit now. I'm asking you for your courage to take a leap of faith. Nope. Did you really think this was going to work? That your little smirk is charming? More like condescending. You're endangering the lives of your citizens, and I'm going to put a stop to it. I'm going to complete all 25 dungeons. You know full well you don't have no legal ground. Yes, yes. I memorized a lot of speeches in my line of work, and yours was amateur work, frankly. I don't need to hear it twice. So let me lay it out what will happen instead, since you're an outsider and all that. Your hostess, Teresa, needs her license to run her guest house renewed. Your friend Hannah's running a business out of a private house, very much against the law. And I fire Klaus tomorrow. He's already way past being useful. From now on, every villager you're friends with will feel just how toxic you are, and I'll make sure everyone else knows you're trying to put them out of a job. Except for it won't be me doing anything. It'll be coming from you, and people aren't that stupid, bitch. You can't grab a gun, shoot someone in the face, and say that someone else did it when you're holding the gun. It don't work that way. Pack your bags, go home. Nobody needs you here. And when I'm done, nobody will want you here either. Waiter, bill please. We're carrying a sword. Why did we not just chop her head off? Be done with it. We'll say she was a doppelganger taken over by a monster or something. Our renown's up to 240. 10 more renown and we can do the helicopter. Or maybe we were 240 plus 10. Monster Club reward plus 20. I completed a dungeon plus 5. An extra 25 health ain't bad at all. We got the commemorative coin. 19,000 Hinterbucks. 214 other loot. And we slew a veritable army of monsters. Alright. I think I might hit the amusement to get it up to 200. After all, our familiarity is pretty good. An episode of a detective show featuring a German Shepherd dog is playing. Oh, another episode of Commissioner Ruffs. Commissioner Ruffs, you made it out. We thought you were in the building when it exploded. Oh my god. I've never been happier to see that rascal. Who's a good boy? And wait, what's that in his mouth? The blue heart diamond, he found it. He was getting a promotion. You are. Yes, you are. Reach 200 amusement. Achievement unlocked. All right. Okay. We're gonna save the day. Alex, mind if I take a seat? I don't know, Louisa. Have you changed your mind? Yeah, I thought so. There's something I wanted to tell you about yesterday. Look, I really don't have time right now. I'm heading out, going into a dungeon, while I still can. Before you take all this away from us. You just let me know if you get your head straight. What a hypocrite. Getting upset at me for trying to do all 25 dungeons, which is what she came here to do. Alright, we're at 8-7. I think we completed all the 7s. Nope, Got 2 more. The Doberkogel. The Tasselworm is so cute. Sure, he's slithery, but did you see his little nose and those ears? I just think he's perfect. It's not a cat. He is kind of cute, though. Spare any monster parts, hero. Your next reward will be an increase in your charm slots for 400 parts. I can't believe how many monster parts you've been giving us already. So many. And I got another like 86. Oh. Up to 100 or 400. Can you spot Jay? Sure you don't want to see a doctor at this? That is one really big, really blue bruise. Nothing your first aid couldn't fix. I appreciate it, but the hip has seen worse. Well, if you say so. That summit is on my schedule for today, so I'm going up. Simple as that. Jay isn't going to back out of her training session. Might be a good idea to tag along, though. This could take all afternoon, but she could use a spotter, and I could learn something from watching her. Spending the afternoon with Jay would probably increase the renown. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy. Hannah's smithy? Yeah, sure. That's 2. I didn't know you could find people on like out and about in the world too. This is the first time this has happened. Alright, I think she might appreciate stylish pin. Appreciate the thought. Here's something for you as well. Okay, so it wasn't super appreciated, like wasn't a favorite, but wasn't disliked. Okay, we'll come back and do this later. I didn't realize it'd be a whole day. There's the break in the fence. Hey, Vulcan! Vulcan? Punch! How's it going? Oh, you figured out what combinations you're doing? That's awesome. What did you come up with? I'm on my way to the lake. I love duck watching. Alright, let's take this thing out. Dare. What's this? Oh, it's a charge point. Look at that. Alright. Running around to make sure we get all the fights completed and collect all the loot on the ground before we go and do the day event with Jay. We've already gotten two of the 3 signatures we need. Alright, so you're doing Kitsune Ghost Rider, but going into Trickster. Nice. Stone Lord Paladin. Dwarf Unit Class, and Aeon. Yeah, it kind of fits. I was going to say, like, maybe Aeon with the Kitsune, but that's just because that's what I was going to do to begin with. Let's see. Wildland Orc Shaman with an Angel. Wear Touch Shifter, Dex and Strength variants with Demon, and a Hag of Grarona Lich. Interesting choices. Nothing with the dragon. I guess dragon's probably a common thing people work towards. Sounds like you're having fun with it, though. That's great. Oh, that's usually 3 spiders. Or at least 2 spiders. Oh. I didn't realize one of the tendrils was here. Interesting. This is the alternate path, I think. Or is this the main path we just came up? I think that's the main path we just came up. Not the path I was looking for. Running around, getting all the alternate paths. See it. The fights beyond these tendrils will be a lot tougher. Ah, no. Do it as like a build per video. One, it'll stretch it out into a series, which will be good for views, and that way the videos aren't too clustered. But it depends on how long it takes to explain each one. Like, if it takes only 5 minutes to explain the whole build, maybe 2 builds. Because you'd want them, try to have the videos be about 10 minutes. 9 to 10 minutes. If it's longer than that per build, then definitely 1 build per video. Yeah, it'll be awesome. New dungeon discovered. You can call this like the build compendium or something, you know? Or in the vein of D&D and Pathfinder books, be like Falcon's Guide to Being Mythic, or Falcon's Mythic Guide, right? Treasure! Chain damage plus. Yeah, I think we got all we get from that. Alright. This is the old quarry. So this has been explored. But there's another fight. I think it's right here. Let's go back and get that. It's kind of hoping there'd be. Whoa. Yeah, my bad. Didn't realize how high that, or how high up that was. Sometimes you gotta take the actual path down. Is there only the 2 tendrils? 4. I wasn't expecting one over here. This one I was expecting. I didn't know there'd be another one. This is probably just 2 different ways to get to the same area. Okay. I was going to do the dungeon, one of the dungeons. Even if we don't do the dungeon today, our renown will still hit 250, which means we'll still be able to use the helicopter. And there's the path I was looking for. Yeah, on one of the stages, there's a helicopter that takes you to a dungeon. The only way to reach the dungeon is by taking the helicopter, and in order to take the helicopter, you have to have 250 renown, which lets you join, what's it called? The Eagle Club. You either have to be sponsored by a member, or have 250 renown to be qualified to become one of your own right. We probably could have asked one of the professional slayers that is our friend to sponsor us. But by the time we got one of them befriended, we are already close enough that I was like, let's just earn it ourselves. So much for a hard fight. Then again, it was only one skull of challenge. It's the triple skull challenges that are really tough. So hard. But we met with the mayor, and she's like, look, I get where you're coming from, blah, blah, blah. But what if I offered you a super cushy, high-paying job. Then will you stop doing the dungeons? And you wonder what she did? Proceeded to offer us Klaus's job, saying he's no longer that useful. Honestly, I'm more into watching monsters than killing them. I'm not 100% convinced that they aren't self-aware. Right there. And we were like, but what about Klaus? And she's like, forget about Klaus. And then we're like, okay, what's the secret information you're saying that I don't have that would make it okay to not do the dungeons? And she's like, no, you're going to have to take that on faith. So I don't trust her. We got almost all of them. Nice. I love that meteor storm spell. Meteor storm. I like to think of it as death from above. My mom thinks I went on a hiking vacation. She'd lose her mind if she knew I was fighting real-life monsters with a sword. Well, why don't you try fighting them with an axe then? Ooh, look, a triple skull challenge. Here we go. Whoa, that hit those guys? I was just going for the giraffe. All right, who's chucking boogers? Oh yeah, I got explosions on dodge. I forgot. That's awesome. And that moderate heal is so nice. And our so-called best friend Alex won't even talk to us because she thinks, she's like, you're going to ruin this for the rest of us. It's like, what if we're saving the city from itself, you know? This chocolate cake is huge. The waitress says it's a local specialty. Usually my husband spends the day with the kids while I explore the dungeon. But today he's doing a spa day, so we're hanging out here having cake. Nothing better than a cool drink and a nice view. Nature's nice, but to be completely honest, I mostly hike up here to sit around and eat and drink. I guess the cake is the snack. Nothing we need. We got good numbers. Oh, here's that other tendril we saw. Wait, what? Why is it? Where's this lead? To a dead end. To treasure. Gotta get that loot. I know I got it the blue. Makes my body do the do. You gotta think twice before you fight the challenging fights. Hit the old girl in the face really hard twice. Oh, I popped my magical load too soon. There we go. Took a bit of damage, but you know, it's a flesh wound. It's but a scratch. Enough of those magical blob things that will heal us lying around. Magical goo. Boom. It was nothing right away that we couldn't heal anyways. Nope, nope, nope. Wowza, they did not stand a chance. This tough fight seems to be missing. Is it because we defeated the Tatzel worm? Alright, gotta keep going. Climb away. I'll hit the peak today. Probably going to do the peak twice. But that's because that's where Jay said she wanted to go anyway. And we're going to spend the day with her. But we got the second signature for Hana, which is good. Because the mayor threatened anybody that does business with us. So our friend Hannah's going to lose her store. She threatened to take away the license from the innkeeper if we stay there. Like, the mayor's literally trying to turn everybody against us. Mind you, she can't just summarily take stuff away that people already have. If she starts doing that, like, we're a lawyer. That definitely targeted harassment. Sure we can get it. Also, the mayor isn't like god king of whatever town they're running. They're an elected official. They don't get to tell people what they're allowed to do in the town as long as they're not breaking any laws. And considering this town's literally built upon people coming here, paying to stay and vacation while they do the dungeons, and that's all we're doing. She's on 0 legal grounding. For sure. take that smug mare and introduce her face to our fist. That's what we'll do. Yeah. I'll be like, hello, Mayor. Hello, Fist. Let me introduce you just like this. Bam, 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 bam. And then you just keep hitting her until she shuts up. Then you take her to a dungeon. Lay her on the ground. Make sure one of the monsters... Maybe take her to Tatzelworm till you get eaten and fried. Or just take her where one of the monsters can actually kill her. Like, these monsters have to be actually dangerous, right? Like, doesn't it seem odd that they're treated like there's no threat at all? All right, so we've been that way. Okay, I think we have to come down here and then over to this side. And since we have to end up back here to talk to Jay, or we're going to start. We'll start from this side and work our way back. Oh, it's Berkeley. Hey, Berkeley, who's a good boy? Wolf. He gets us better loot if we get his friend level up. Woof. 1,000 Hinterbugs. Yeah, it seems to be all that you actually get. Ooh, we're so taking those guys down. Behind you. Need to get enough distance to hit him with the good old meteor storm. Woo. Didn't even get its move off. Yeah, now we're talking. Ooh, Ducky's got another gift. Hey, Berkeley boy, what you find? Woof woof. Another 1,000 Hinterbugs. Kind of looks like it's a little floating there. I have your full undivided attention. Aw, shucks. You're gonna make me blush. Alright. Where are we? Let's make sure there's no fights that we missed this way before we go across that gorge. I think we already did this route here. Yep. Okay. There's the new bridge. Anything over here before we go across? Yep. Couple things to grab. Oh, a few more. I haven't quite decided where I'm going to go today. then just adventure aimlessly. I'm sure it'll work out in the end. Seems to work out for us. But we seem to be maybe connected to the magic more than most. Ooh, I saw treasure. And a new dungeon. We'll start with the treasure. Physical attack boost. Plus. It's a plus 12. But we got a plus. So, yeah. Oh, that was hard. Oh, I was hoping this would be another treasure chest. Alright, so this is where the shredding facility is. And the other new dungeon was right down here at the old quarry. So we're going to come back, do these fights here, and then spend the day with Jay. Finally, I can get to this dungeon portal, even though the new bridge is admittedly a bit disgusting. Yeah, and the mayor promised that no matter what we try, no one will ever finish all 25 dungeons. Sounds like she's going to make sure no one gets to them. Hey, Minson. How's it going? Not able to hurt the deer. So much for having venison. I'm impressed he survived the explosion. Came for the monsters, but after running from a Perk on my first day, I think I'll keep to hiking for the foreseeable future. I love slaying, but unfortunately my girlfriend's scared of perks. Well, that's a perk of the job. Get it? They don't get it. Probably too soon. So let me do one thing before we start. There we go. Just wanted to make sure I had full magic as well as him. Now, our Hinterberg financing is a little low. So let's sell some more things. Alright. Not quite another 100, but 80. 94. Sorry, 96. We're only 4 shy of another 100. Not a bad start. I'm here to train. I'm here to train. That summit is on today's schedule. Simple as that. Right, but what about your injury? Jay isn't going to back out of her training session. Might be a good idea to tag along, though. She gives you renown just like it, as though we complete a dungeon. Downside, we won't get 5 extra hit points, but maybe we get level 2 friendship with Jay. What does that get us? Oh, we don't even have level 1. Alright. Maybe this gets us level 1. More dodge stamina would be nice. I'm heading up to the summit too. Mind if I join? Yeah, sure. Happy for the company. But I move at my own speed, clear? Let's go. You're so lucky! I've seen you around. You've seen you fight too, up here on the mountain just the other day. You're good, you know. Not as good as you. Not anywhere as good as you. You've got real talent. Talent. Can I give you some advice? Scratch that word from your vocab. Talent is a word people use to make an excuse to avoid trying something that's hard. This year, this is work, nothing more. I've got no edge over you. I put in hours, that's all. Well, that's the edge you have. Your drive and dedication, and the time you spent. So that injured hip of yours, what about it? What happened? How did it happen? Someone was foolish enough to park their car on the road up to Ilbokogel. A bunch of pitzels were doing nasty things to their tires. I went after them, got blindsided by a perk with a tree trunk. Look, I like you, but I'm not looking for advice if that's where you're headed. Let's move. It's not. Do you ever let yourself catch a break at all? I don't believe in hobbies. We're lucky enough if we get to choose who we are. So this is me. Marina said you had a music career as well. I do. One doesn't exclude the other, you know. Honestly though, ever since the first dungeon, the music thing has become plan B. I don't think I've met a lot of people who are so driven. I'd say it's the other way around. Talent doesn't become effort. I disagree with her. There are some people that are more inclined to some things over others. But that's only like a starting position. Anybody can get to that same point if you're willing to put in the effort. Effort becomes talent. So like, when I started programming, I still didn't know anything about it. My mind seemed to be naturally inclined to work things out very well. So I was, according to my teachers, naturally talented at programming. In fact, one of my favorite quotes from that time was from a teacher. It was the C++ teacher at our school, which everyone looked up to because he was like a hardcore, like he was writing books, and he's the one that teach the 3D programming and the game programming courses and all that stuff. And at the time, like, I think we were, keep in mind, this is a long time ago. I think we were at like DirectX 9 at the time. Very different time for programming, especially for programming games. Like You didn't have engines like you do now. Well, there is some, but nothing like it is today. But anyways, he was like, anyone can learn to program. It's not that hard. He's like, but some people. He's like, of that, like a percentage of those people. Oh, you know what? It's been so long since I thought about it. I'm not really remembering the quote anymore. What was it? It was something along the line of. I'll paraphrase and try to get the gist of it instead. It was like, anyone can learn to code. Of those, like 10% will be good programmers. Of that 10%, probably another 10% will be great programmers. And he's like, and of that like 10%, there's people that like just think code. He's like, you just think code, which I thought was great at the time. But as much as I thought code, I did let it slide. Like when I got hurt and I didn't have to code anymore, I kind of let it just slide away and I kind of stopped programming, making the games and that. Again, talent does not. You've got it backwards. Effort becomes talent. If you're naturally talented, it takes less effort to get to that starting position of where you probably feel accomplishing something at it and good at it. But to get really good, you're still going to have to put in all the effort. Just becoming talented only gets, like, being talented naturally only get, it's like you have think of it this way. Anything is a big stairway, right? You have to take this, and the effort is taking the steps to walk up the stairway of getting good. The further up the steps you are, the better you are at something. The further you go, the more steps it takes to get to the next floor. Talented just starts, if you're naturally talented, all you did is start on the second floor. Maybe the third floor. There's still a million floors to go, right? Like, being talented is a leg up only at the beginning. You still need to put the effort in to actually get anywhere with it. Honestly, talented is ultimately meaningless. The effort is what the meaning is. It all comes from the effort. Yeah, there are some outside forces who would rather I weren't. Let's leave it at that. Well, look at that. We made it. This was good. I'll catch you later, cool? You want to do the dungeon together? Nah, go in first if you like, but I don't tag team dungeons. I'm in no shape to continue anyway. Keeping up with Jay is exhausting. Except for we had already gone top to bottom and done like multiple times. And then we're ready to dungeon. And we've done that like every time. Oh, whatever. It's inspiring just being around her though, watching her move. I've learned a lot today. And we got our friendship! Woohoo! Yeah! Good old Skyrim level up. Let's do this again sometime. Cheers, Louisa. On to another question then. What would you say is the most effective form of authority or government? Example. Oh. Hey. I'm on my way to the Grand Hotel bar. Going to spend another evening talking to people in expensive sneakers. Maybe stop by if you have some time, yeah? Hey, she wants to hang out. I think just about any form of government, as long as it's not being oppressive, can be effective. The problem is, for it to be effective, you need to generally keep it as, how do I put it? Like, as free of corruption as possible. And that's kind of where the problem comes in. Darn it. We need 13 more of those masks. Ooh, we're actually starting to run low on those second ones, too. Alright. I might have to start actually, like, picking and choosing what we upgrade. Alright. I'm thinking... Now, keep in mind, we're obviously biased, being from a democratic portion of the world right now, and democracy is very popular. Personally, I would like to see things be more meritocratic, or I don't want a complete meritocracy, because then it leaves too much room for people that are skilled and like the driven and skilled people to abuse the system to get ahead. You need a system that can also help other people become skilled. So I'd say I'd like to see an example between a democracy, like have a meritocratic democracy. I think would be the best way to go. And if you want to add technology in to make things better, that's great, but you got to make sure it's a rigorous and protected system, that it's not exploitable and not overly vulnerable. And the problem is, it's always an arms race between developing technology and technology being exploited, right? So it's not an easy thing to do. Like, a lot of people, like, we like to show TV shows and movies where, like, in the future, like, the technology is, like, flawless, it's not being exploited, like, having, like, where you're known on, like, it knows you're you, and it always uses your right bank account and what stuff, like, but in TV and movies, because we're only showing a sliver of the society and the systems and the way they work, and it's always, you don't actually have to figure out how it would truly work, right? It's not always sunshine and rainbows in the real life. Real life is shades of gray. But I think, in general, most people, like, nobody thinks of themselves as the villain. At least not in their own story. And if they've gotten to that point, it's usually because, like, a prolonged period of shit, like, bad shit happening, and issues were never adjusted and corrected. And because of that, like, I think most people are generally good. If given a chance to do the right thing, they'll do it. But there has to be, like, a... What is it? Like, I don't know if I want to say... If I'm going to be saying this right. The ease of access to doing the right thing. As long as there's not too many barriers between where they are and where they want to go while doing the right thing, they'll do it the right way. Take gaming, for example. There'll always be some people who pirate games. Taking the Corsair life and going out and downloading it. There'll always be some amount of that going on. Generally, though, that's usually due to the game, like games being overpriced or people being underpaid. From what I've seen, if you give people a chance, if people have a way to get a legitimate copy, they'll always take that way over getting a pirated copy. And not just because the pirated copy comes with extra risks, because is that just the game you're getting, or are you also getting viruses? Are you getting, like, is it Trojans or malware? Like, who knows what's going on what you're getting when you download, right? So there was like recently there was a movie. Oh my god, I'm not going to remember the name of the movie. Anyway, this guy made a movie, and because he knew it would be pirated, it was just going to happen. On the day of the launch of his movie into theaters, he uploaded a copy of his movie, the full-on 8K master, best quality, like the same thing that what he was sending out to movie theaters and stuff. He uploaded that to pirate sites himself. He's like, if people can't afford to go to see my movie, times are tough. If the only option they have is a stolen copy of the movie, I'd rather them get the best copy they can possibly have, and that way they know it's a safe copy of it, it's a clean copy, and it's good quality. Because that way, at least if they go and watch it, like things with like movies, people come back to movies, right? If it's good and you like it, you'll come back and you might buy it again later. Like that's why I think pulling away from the DVD and Blu-ray market is a bit of a mistake. One, it's an extra revenue stream for TV shows and movies, which is good for them. That's one of the reasons why streaming services prices have gone up, because the licensing cost of TV shows and movies has gone up because they're not getting any money on the back end from syndication and from DVD and Blu-ray sales anymore. So they have to make up that money somehow, right? There was an indie game, there's indie studios that do the same thing. There's an indie studio that do the same thing. When their game launched, they leaked a copy of their game to a pirating site. That way, if people downloaded the game, they got the full game, and it was a safe copy of the game. He's like, if someone can't afford to buy my game, I'd rather them be able to play it without any negatives. Now, there's also the game studios that go the other way, where they're like, if you don't buy the game and you get a stolen copy, like if it's a hacked copy, the game behaves differently in that, right? But that was from a time period when it was more accessible to have the money to afford to have the gaming hobby. Oh, sorry. That priced the game for the fair prices depending on regions. It showed that game sold especially well. Exactly. If you give people the chance to buy it at a reasonable price, that's one thing why I kind of hate Canadian pricing. Canadian pricing, for whatever reason, is just a little bit more expensive than American. Usually, not always, but often I find. And it's not always just because of the exchange rate. Like usually when you take the exchange rate in, there's a lot of things that are just more expensive in Canada. And when it's physical stuff, it's because the border and shipping stuff here, there's not as many Canadians as Americans. So our dollar, like for our dollar to be worth anything, our economy has to be really banging at the time. Which is why we haven't been above the American dollar in a long time. There's just so many more Americans that it's easy for their economy to grow compared to ours, just due to the size of the population. Right? The industrial base of the country is literally like 10 times ours. But I do think regional pricing should be a thing. Like if like for Brazil, this is going to tie back to pirate software, and it's anecdotal, but he showed the numbers, so I kind of believe it. Like, if the average income of a person, say, I'll make up numbers because I don't want to look them up right now, but say if in Canada the average, or actually we'll go with US, the average amount of money a person makes in the US, I think is something like $47,000 a year. That's like the average amount income. I think it's about the same in Canada. I think it works out in Canada. It's like 52,000, but it's 52,000 Canadian dollars, which is probably just under American, right? So it's about similar base, like average income. We have more spending money than someone who lives, say, in Brazil. Like, if I'm going to make up a number for Brazil because I don't know what I'm, but if the average income in Brazil is like 20,000. Well, then the average person has less than half the money to spend. So the game should be less than half the price. But if a game company's pricing their games right, and this is why the greed of the companies shows so much. When you make a game, you're not making it like you're amortizing the profit over all the games you sell. And if you price it right, like if you price it at $100, you're going to get a lot less sales than if you price it at $60. Yeah, you're making, you know, more than a third again. Like you're making like almost 40% more per sale, but you're probably losing more than 40% of the sales, right? You're probably actually getting only like a third of the sales a lot of the time. So like you have to find that sweet spot where you get the maximum number of games sold to maximize your profit that way. And they used to do that with games. But it seems like now they're just more interested in driving the prices up so they can get as much as possible. Part of that is they are putting stupid amounts of money into making it. This whole making games by committee thing creates a lot of bloat. You need more people to create the games because there's a lot more middle management and there's a lot more meetings and there's like a lot more going on. And so you need to, like, that's kind of why they had to drive up the games. But like this whole idea of infinite, like an infinite market where there's, oh, you can always get more money. I think the whole way we do business is wrong, honestly. Like this idea, like my company made $1 billion last year. I need to make more than $1 billion this year or our company's failing. That's bullshit. There's not infinite money out there. You can't always make an extra $1 billion or an extra $100 million. Sometimes if you say you're making something that's a niche market, but it's bought regularly and your company's making $100 million every year, is it a bad thing that you only made $100 million again the next year? That means you made just as many sales the next year despite having the $100 million in sales from the last year. That means you're getting more customers generally, unless you're making a product that literally fails regularly or has to be constantly renewed, like light bulbs or something, right? Like sometimes it should be looked at, one, it should, whether your company had a good year or not, should be looked on more than just the profit. It should be looking at like what was the economy going on at the time in general. It should be looking at the growth of the company, like how many more employees, did we open new factories, as well. Like it should be everything across the board, not just how much profit. And sometimes, you know what, if you're making $100 million every year and your company's expenses are only like 10 million or 50 million, as long as you're making more money than it costs to run your business, as long as it's profitable, and as long as those profits aren't shrinking every year, it should be considered a success. And it's not. Unless you're making more than you did the year before, it's generally considered a fail. Like it's considered a failure if you're not making more than the year before. And because of that, when a company has repeated years of like without growth in profits, people start thinking it's failing, so they start selling its stocks and they stop buying into the stock and stuff like that. And that is like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy at that point. Once you say it's a failure and you stop supporting it, it's going to decline, right? And then there's also the whole thing of we allow business practices with investing that I think should be illegal. The whole concept of shorting a company shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be able to buy stocks and leverage them against the company. You should only be able to buy stocks and leverage in the favor of the company. Because there's an entire industry of stock purchasing that's all about making the company fail. I don't know how it works because I haven't watched the movies that are about it, which really dumb it down and simplify it, honestly, but it's just not something I've been interested in. I don't have the money to invest in stocks as much as I'd like to. But that's just because if I could make more money doing stocks, I would like to make more money, because then I could have a more, like, money doesn't buy you happiness, but it does give you stability, which allows you to be less stressed and have more time, potentially more time, depending on how busy you have to be to get that. But it gives you potential openings to find things that make you happy. Like me, gaming makes me happy. So finding the time to play games and spending my money on games is something that helps me be happy. How would I balance profitability and ease of access in terms of pricing? I wouldn't overprice my games. Like, I'd find out how much. Like, see, this is the complicated thing. You'd have to be able to gauge the interest in your game, know how long you've worked on the game, and the cost of the development. Like, right down to the penny, ideally. But down to the dollar is all you really need. Say I spent a year of my time, just me, making a game. I need to justify that time, as well as whatever expenses. Say it cost me, say we did really cheap game. I did our, between me and my sister, like my sister helping me do art on the computer, and my own cludging through, and I did the programming and all that using a game. If we only, I'd still need to cover my sister's time and my time based on a year. So if say I did a full year, you need to be like, we'll just say it, well, like that's $50,000. The game has to make at least $50,000 for me. Say another, if my sister was equal time in it, I probably at that point isn't. Say another $5,000, $10,000 for my sister for the assets she put in. So that's already $60,000 of expense plus licensing and all whatever other stuff. Say it's like all in making the game cost me $75,000 between time and actual money. You can then take that, and if you find out what the actual, you have to find out how much interest is in your game. This is the hard part, right? If there's enough interest in your game, you can then take that and divide the cost of your game by expected sales. And then you need a little bit of wiggle room for profit. Right? So if, say there was like a lot of interest and it looked like my game would probably sell 50,000 copies. Well, I can lower the cost of my game quite a bit at that point. Right? So at that point, and with gaming, you can't be too cheap, but you can't be too expensive either. So I'd probably, at that point, I'd probably start, the lowest I'd probably make the cost of my game would be $15. Depending, like, now this is a game where I think there's enough content to be worthy of $15. It's not just some $5 shuckware, right? So it's an actual, there's a story or there's a system that makes it replayable a lot, whatever it is. You wouldn't, I'd say for a decent indie game, you wouldn't want to be less than 15, but you at the same time probably wouldn't want to be more than $30. The indie games that start pricing their games like $40, you better be like AA type quality. Like, you better be almost as good as a professional studio at that point. Like fancy, unique graphics, not just some Unreal Engine asset flip or purchase assets. It should be like, you know, maybe a studio of 10 people, something like Clear Obscura. Like that was a beautifully priced game. And if you have enough value in the game with enough interest, honestly, if there's enough value in the game and you've done a good enough job making it, gaming's hard though. There's so much you have to cut through all the noise. If you're able to get the interest to the game where you're able to get those sales, like here, where's a calculator? I got one right here. Let's see. So say we went with $20 for the game. It's fairly cheap indie game, but that usually is a point where it's saying it's not just a short little experience. It's an actual game. So at $20, just to break even with that whole theoretical $75,000 cost, which honestly games would probably, a single dev game or with like maybe one or two people, $75,000 is reasonable if it only took a year. Games can often take a long time to develop. There's a lot more to games than people usually think. But at $75,000 cost with a $20 cost to buy the game, you're looking at needing about 3,750 sales? Oh, wrong. Divided by 20. Yeah. So you'd only need like 3,750 sales to break even at that point, right? And honestly, even just a small amount of interest, like get one good YouTuber to play your game. 3,750 sales is not a lot of sales. But because there's so much noise in the gaming market, like just on Steam, Let's see. The average indie game on Steam sees low sales figures, with the median game earning around only $1,100. Many indie games, around 68%, don't even reach $10,000 in their lifetimes. Now, a lot of the indie games, what they're not showing, a lot of these games aren't games that necessarily took $75,000 to make, right? Like, these could be games that they made in a month. Like, a lot of people will go to like a Ludum Dare. They do Ludum Dare. They get this, it was this programming weekend to come up with a game concept. They think they have a great game here, and maybe they do. But usually Ludum Dare games are pretty tiny experiences, right? But if you only spent, say, a month or 3 months making it, well, getting around $10,000, making $1,000 for a weekend game would be pretty good, right? But like I'm saying, like indie games, there's so much being made all the time. Let's see, does it have this number of new indie titles per month on Steam? Like each month on Steam. Take this with a grain of salt because it's AI. It could be making it up. But it's usually, it's saying about 25 games per day are launching on Steam, right? And it's only growing because the barriers to entry are getting so low, or lowering all the time. It's getting easier and easier for people to pick up a game engine and get back into it. Where's that calculator? All right, so say you only take a month, right? So 52 divided by... Actually, it would be about 4 weeks, right? So instead of 75... yeah, no, 52 divided by 4 times 13. So would it be 1/13 then, right? So 75,000 divided by 13. So you're only looking at like $5,770 to break even at that point if you put a month in. Using the numbers we said were about 75,000. But honestly, at that point, it probably is even less because you probably wouldn't have that expense. Like I added expense for my sister, potential artwork purchasing or licensing stuff in that theoretical 1 year that we did. But you see how quickly, like if you can make a game in a month by yourself, like here, we can do it here. Average Canadian salary. So the average salary is 64,000. Oh, I think I wanted median. What is it? Yeah, the median Canadian salary. That can't be right. Yeah, okay, we'll go with that either way. So they're saying it's 64,000. I think that's actually really high. But again, it's Canadian, right? So what was it? 64,850. 64,850 CAD to USD. Hey, look at that. It's about the 47,000 I said. So I guess I was right. So in 1 month, you want 4 weeks worth of that. To say we'll go with 1/12 instead of 1/13. You know, those are a couple extra days. Where did I put my calculator? Okay, there we go. So we got 47,084.53 divided by 12. You put 1 month into it. Now this is saying 1/12 of the year. So if like say 30 days instead of whatever, you'd be wanting your game to be making about $4,000, and that $4,000 would only really see you like $70 profit, right? But if you keep doing that, the more you build your base, the more you launch games and build a base, if you can keep it going, it generally does build. Thank you, Minson, for getting the bot. I really appreciate that, my friend. But it shows you, like, it can be, if your game catches on, it can really skyrocket, right? Like, say you had a game that was novel enough that someone like Jacksepticeye or, what's that guy with the deep, awesome voice? Mark something. Markiplier. Jeez, I can't believe I forgot his name. Mainly because I don't see a lot of his videos anymore. I think he's doing more like movie making than YouTube stuff. But I could be wrong. If one of those picked it up, it could easily balloon. So now you've just put like $4,000 worth of development into a game, and you could easily see the sales hit hundreds of thousands of dollars. Excuse me. And if you say you're only selling your game for $10, again, $10 is for a small game could be reasonable, right? But at $10, you only need to sell like 300 copies or 400 copies to break even. 400 copies on an internet is not that much, honestly. It's a doable thing. It's just you have to get the eyeballs on it, which is hard. But if someone like I said, someone like Jacksepticeye, or if you could like, oh, that's why a lot of streamers give codes to, or sorry, not a lot of streamers. A lot of developers give a free code to a streamer, because if you have a streamer that has 100 people watching them, a fair number of those people are likely to get the game, as long as it's not something that's spoiled by them playing. Like if it's a one and done situation, they might just watch it. If you have a story event game, I don't recommend giving it to too many people, unless there's some kind of variance and there's like a replayability. If your game is kind of something like Outer Wilds, keep in mind Outer Wilds popped off huge, but if it's something like that where if you watch it played, it's spoiled, maybe make a deal with the streamer to only stream the first little bit to get the interest, and then wait to finish it. There's definitely streamers that would be willing to do that, especially if they end up liking the game. But if it's a game like Factorio or a puzzle, like a systems game rather than a narrative game, systems games got infinite replayability. Having a bunch of people, a couple of big streamers play it, could generate a lot of buzz. Like, look, just take my stream for example. I usually only have like 5 to 10 people watching, and when I play games, I hear usually 2 or 3 of them. They're like, "Oh, I ended up getting that. That looked really cool." And if I'm getting that kind of turnover, like, it won't be at that good a percentage for others, but you'll get more. Like if someone like Co-Carnage did it, where they have 10,000 people watching, even if they only get 1% turnover, again, that'd be huge, because it's still like, that's almost 1,000, or sorry, that's like 100 purchases right there. That would cover the cost of quite a lot. Like if it's a $10 game, that'd cover your $10,000, which $10,000 is like 2.5, 3 months of development. But if it's good enough at that point, but I generally say if your game's taking you, again, it depends on how much is the game. If a game like Factorio, $30 could really be the price. The big thing is when you're doing early access, I personally believe you need to reduce the cost of people buying the game. Like when I got Factorio, I bought it really early on. Like we still had the Doctor's sonic screwdriver as one of the tools, like as the repair. I bought it early. It was only like $12 when I got it. And it's like what is it now? Like 30, $40? It's definitely worth it. Generally, well, store. What? Store. Let me check. So Factorio is a $45 game now. If it's $45 when I was looking at it, I never would have bought it. Now, keep in mind, a lot of people will wait till games on sale. Mind you, you as a dev get to decide when and if it goes on sale. Also, keep in mind, with Steam, if you put your game on sale, if it's a certain amount on sale, everybody that's wishlisted it, I think, gets a notification. But I don't think it's the 10%. I think it has to be like 20 or 30% on sale before they do that complete of an issue of like, hey, check this out. But Steam does quite a lot to try to get games to be successful. Yeah, 10%, especially for cheaper games, 10% is basically nothing for a sale. You're basically saying it's tax-free. Not even that, honestly. Like 10%, I'm still going to be paying more than the listed price. That's one thing I hate about North America and taxes. The listed price does not include taxes, so it's never what it says. So when Subway does like $5 pizzas, I was going to say footlogs, but yeah, I don't know why I want pizza. $5 footlogs, right? Like, here's a foot-long sub for $5. Now this is going way back. It'd be probably $8 now. But it's like, it was always like, plus tax. So it's like, no, it's not $5. It's like $6 something, right? Like, such a pain in the ass. Actually, at $5, it'd be like $5.78, I think, after tax. But I really wish it was on the impetus was on the store to list the price after taxes. It's easy enough for them to figure out. Usually stores know the price because the cashiers and that know the price because they selling things so often. They're like, oh yeah, that's this much. So why not just have the price tag say what it is after tax? God damn it. I honestly think it should list before and to after tax pricing. You as a customer should be able to go to a store and know, oh, this is going to cost me this much when I go to the actually pay. All right. I think Jay asked us to do something. We need to get Sam. We either got to go talk to Renaud and see if he'll sign the petition for Hannah's, or we got to go talk to Sam. We already got Jay's signature. We got Kai's signature. And since Renaud is befriended us, maybe it'll count. I think we're going to have to get Sam's because he's the other one listed as a pro slayer. But Renaud is international man of mystery, so maybe it'll work. And he is here. The only time we've ever hung out with Sam is when we're at the fire, so I don't think we're considered friends. I'll ask him about it, but I think it's going to be like too soon. So I was standing there in the middle of the forest at midnight in my underpants. Next time someone tells me there's a secret ritual to finding a dungeon, I'll send my crew to fact check. If you follow back on SlayFam, I can totally check things like that for you. I've got this stream where I debunk dungeon myths. Can I send you a link? Lady, we got this covered. Could you, like, back off? Yeah, too many slayers in the dungeon. Calm down, you two. She probably wants an autograph, that's all. Technically, yeah. Hey there, yeah, it's Sam Kelly. In the flesh. I think I've seen you around. I think we've run into each other before. Sorry, I forgot who you are. Ha, good one. You got a pen? Thanks, but I'll leave you to your fans. Hold on. We're about to hit the bar for some dancing. Why not join us? Champagne's on me. The more the merrier, yeah. Really? Another rando? So just jelly. How's it sound? Joining Sam Kelly and his entourage might increase amusement. Our amusement's pretty good. That's not a problem. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy. Another time, okay? We're about to party. Yeah, I'm not liking him. He's coming off as a womanizer. Would give us an extra MP, which would be nice. More mana's ground, nice. I've missed one? You didn't like the answers I was given? Alright, let's see. Is it the devil's advocate question? All right, you like playing devil's advocate for no other reason than to be set up a discussion. If money doesn't buy you happiness, but stability leads you to spend more time with loved ones without stress, wouldn't that be a sort of happiness? Technically, I already answered this without even trying. The money's not buying you the happiness, but it is opening doors to things that can get you happy, make you happy. But I've never been one to support reductionism in a way where it's like, if you need this to do that, then it's really just all just comes down to this. It's more complicated than that, right? Because you can do things like, if you have enough money where you have the stability where you don't have to constantly be grinding and worrying about where your next meal, or if you're going to be able to cover your rent this month, right? Then you have more time to do things that can be for you, that make you happy. Sometimes hobbies are expensive. A lot of the time. Like, I like doing gunpla. I got a small army of figurines. I liked it so much, I got a 3D printer. I started printing my own spaceships. That's expensive. The gunpla themselves, like $20 for a figurine that ends up being like 5 inches tall, right? But the happiness wasn't from the money. The happiness came from the thing that the money got me. If I could have got it without the money, it would have made me just as happy. And that's why I said it's not the money buying you the happiness. But having more money and that stability that it provides does open more doors and give you more opportunities, I think, as long as it's not monopolizing all your time. Yeah, drop the does. Money does not buy you happiness. Just having money and spending it is not going to make you happy. There will be those people who having the large number in the bank account is the thing that makes them happy. There are people like that. But money itself is not what makes you happy. Spending it won't make you happy. Well, sometimes because some people like spending money on others and that makes them happy. But it's usually, like, if you're buying things like retail therapy, in my opinion, that's a very superficial form of happiness. If you're buying something to distract you from other things, right? But again, the reason why I say money doesn't buy you happiness is a true idiom, is because as long as you don't have to worry about your next meal, like, you're not worrying about the things you need to survive. So your next meal, where you're going to stay, stuff like that, then you don't need any money to be happy. Now, for me, like, I like to take my dog for a walk. It's fun watching Milo have fun on the park and play with the other dogs and stuff. Or it gets muddied because our society is so intrinsically capitalistic, and a lot of things are tied to having money to buy or to do things. But I think that's just conflating the issue. It's making the waters murky. It's still not the money. It's more the acts and the people you're with that are making a time happy. I don't think the idiom should be changed. I think the way people, like, see, the problem is kind of like society's become so sensationalist, and the words we use nowadays are being used in different ways. That it's just murking the waters. Your specific thing was, does money buy happiness? right? That was the actual question. I said nothing about buying family members. I'm saying money is a means to an end. But if you don't have the means to survive, you don't have time to do anything that's just for happiness. But as I said, it's a complicated thing because there are people that just the being productive and working will make some people happy. So the money is a means to an end. If money doesn't buy you happiness, but stability leads you to spend more time with loved ones without stress, wouldn't that be a sort of happiness? We've already covered that in the answer. The happiness comes from the things you're doing with the people. So yeah, if spending time with your family makes you happy, then yes, spending time with family is a happiness, right? But it's not because of the money. It's because of the family and the time you spent with them. I think I've answered this question. We need to talk to Renaud. All right, where is Renaud? He's going to be at the campfire. Usually if they're at the campfire, it doesn't let you talk to them. All right. Renaud, you think about joining the campfire tonight? I just left. They were disgusting hotel mattresses. Odd. We should not waste our time on these lightweights. Got a better plan? Ice cream, and then you and I talk. Spending time with him would give us more renown. Hey, would you mind signing this? It's a petition against Town Hall closing down Hannah's smithy. A noble undertaking. I will sign. That's 3, we did it! Alright. I don't know if we could give him a gift that will make him happy. Maybe a history book? Inadequate gift. Here, take this in return. Yay! All right. I guess we can talk to Hannah, right? We got the signatures to save her. Hopefully. Oh, wrong spot. Took me a while to remember where we're saving. Here we go. Louisa, I don't know how, but you did it. A letter from the zoning department. They're saying I can run my business here, and I'm fully licensed. I really don't know what to say. I had never felt such happiness. I'm glad you're right. Just glad you're going to be all right. Hinterberg needs you. Woohoo! We did it! We already stopped the mayor from one of her evil schemes. I really don't know what to say. Except thank you. You saved my smithy. There's something I would like to show you. Do you have time tonight? Ooh, we don't have time tonight. Damn it. Damn it. I didn't think about the fact that we'd have to spend the night with her, like the evening hanging out with her still. Because Jay wanted us to hang out. Where is Jay? That's Kai, right? Yeah, that's Kai. I don't see Jay at all. If that's the case, Maybe we can just hang out with her. Sweet. All right, I gotta go sell all the trash. Real quick. You think money just buys misery? I don't think we have any goo-covered equipment. All right. And discussions are good. As long as you're not stirring the shit, you're welcome to discuss. And you don't seem to be stirring the shit, so you're good. At least, I don't smell any. Yeah. Money is the cause of and solution to so many fucking problems. All right, we're going to be able to do armor enchanting. All right. Let's spend time with Hannah. She's one of my favorite character designs. Her and Jay. This place is my home, not just my business. There's a memory in every hammer, every pair of tongs. I took out a loan to buy it. If Julian had forced me to shut it down. Everything just has to be so complicated. I want to do good work, but nothing more. Not deal with zoning departments. Maybe find a business partner. Have you thought about teaming up with someone else? Someone who can take care of the business side? I tried that with Julian. He left me out in the cold to found his own megastore. Something like this will never happen again. I'll read every book I can find on running a business. These people are never going to hurt me again. And I'm not going to hold back against gear and more anymore either. There are some goods and services I wasn't offering because I wanted to be a good neighbor despite everything. Screw them. That's the spirit. I like the sound of that. Come, let me show you. Yeah, she should never have been withholding services because they can't offer it. She should have always been putting, like, this is what I can do. Nobody else can. You're going to have to come to me. Would have kept her business doing much better. I used to craft my own gear here. It had soul. It had magic energy. It was magnificent. Nothing like the assembly line work you'd buy from Gear and More. It'll take time to get that started again. I need suppliers. Sapphire dust isn't easy to come by. But then I can work with whatever armor you give me. Add my own little touch to it. There's no piece of corporate manufactured gear that can't be improved. Here, I can show you. Yeah, now we're talking. As much value as we've given money, it's, in my opinion, is a much better solution than the alternative, trading / bartering for goods with goods. Money allows a quantifiable value to a certain product or services that is generally agreed on. Is it a straw man and unnuanced? Sure, but I ain't gonna write a thesis. I say, like, there's advantages to both. The downside to using money, especially the way it's starting to become used, where there's like no negotiation or haggling anymore. Like, time was, you could go to Best Buy or Future Shop or whatever store, and they'd be like, this TV is $5,000. And you'd be like, well, I like it, but I think it's only worth like $4,000. Would you be able to go down to $4,000? And they'd be like, well, we can't just do 4,000. But what if for the 5,000 we throw in a sound bar or home surround sound system with it? Like, people who are good at haggling were able, as long as both people are making out happy and there's a good final sale. My ex-fiance's dad, he went into Best Buy to buy a new big screen TV. It was a $5,000 TV. He ended walking out of the store after tax paying $4,200. He got the surround sound system. He got the TV, a DVD player, and I think the entertainment center with it for that price. And too often it's like, nope, this is the price. The price is the price is the price, which is bullshit. Especially when you see things like, oh, we're about to have a sale tomorrow. Let me just bump the price today so that when it's on sale, it's only really $5 off instead of the 25% off that it's going to say. When you get shit like that, and unless the government actually cracks down on people doing illegal practices like that, it's complete bullshit. Like, you need to be... Like, sometimes trading and bartering is worth it. My workbench, I found out after I paid $100 to it, and my mom had one of her friends drive up with me to pick it up and drive it back down, and we paid them the gas money in a little bit so that they wouldn't, like, to make it worth their time too, because without them I would never have been able to get it home. But I found out afterwards that there was I can't remember what it was. The guy needed a new something or other that the guy that drove me up was about to throw out one. He's like, I could have brought that up and we could have got this sucker for free. He's like, I'm throwing it out anyways. I don't do that anymore. There's some tool in his shop, right? And it's like, that would have been awesome. It's all about value. What you need, what I have. If it's money, fine. That's great. Money does give you an alternative to goods or services. But like, maybe you're too busy to cut your grass, but your grass is like super overgrown and it's driving you crazy and you hate it, and it's just something that's causing you like it's starting to give you an ulcer. You worry about it so much, but you literally don't have the time or you're unable to do it yourself. But hey, I have the time and I'm willing to do that, and you're about to get rid of, you have say a PlayStation 2 that you don't use anymore because you're only playing your PlayStation 4 and you're not really into the retro scene. And I'd be like, hey, I'll cut your grass for that PlayStation 2. Are we not just both working out for the better? Like, sometimes something you have, you might not even value it, might be something I treasure or I really want, right? And that's where the value comes in. Heck, maybe it's anything. Like I said, maybe it's a service, like me cutting your grass. Maybe it's to get something regularly from you. Like, say you're a farmer and you're like, if you'll cut my grass every day so that I can deal with the fields, then I'll give you free eggs every other week because we got chickens. They're going to hatch eggs anyway, right? Like, why not? That's just it. A lot of time places, even like Walmart, would be open to haggling. Generally, you'd have to get a manager, but I saw that happen. But it's becoming less and less common. But just because some company states something costs this much doesn't mean it's worth that much, right? Like I said, the world is not black and white, so you can't reduce questions to this or that, generally. We live in a gray world. It's not this or that, it's somewhere in between everything. I know. But still, like, part of the problem, honestly, with mega stores like Walmart is the way they use their money and the way we allow them to use their money too, right? Yeah, sometimes the managers are just... Middle managers especially, I find, are like just busybodies. They're just complicating the system, gumming up the works. All right. What does it show? Which armors we're wearing? Yes, it does. So pad 6,000. All right, let's see. Oh, no. Wait, okay, so this is just straight upgrades. This isn't like putting enchantments on it. Okay. At least we're paying her for it finally. Her letting us enchant things for free is not a good business model. All right, so the leggings can be upgraded 3 times at 4 grand for the first one. My worry is we're going to upgrade the leggings, and next time we go out to a dungeon, we're going to find like the tank wear legging 8.0. All right, 4,000. That's okay. We'll do that here. At least with an 8.0, it's more likely to stick around. 8 grand for a 4 and 4, and for another 5 and 5 for 10. It's getting expensive. Now it's fully upgraded. Do we have anything else that's an 8? Anything that's an 8, I think it's safe to upgrade, because then we're not going to find anything better for a little while, right? I guess we might still find a 9, but no. All right. Let's see. I don't know if it's worth upgrading. 4 grand to get 2 and 2. Sure. That's a grand per point. Seems to be everything's about a grand per point. Yeah, 2 grand for 1 and 1. Tough and buff. Upgraded 1 piece of every kind of armor. I thought there might be an achievement like that. Free is great for us, yeah, but I don't want her to go out of business. She's my friend, remember? This feels good, right? Like, I should have done it a long time ago. I think I made her more, she's supposed to be Australian. I think I made her more the other island. Oops. New Zealand, right? And I have to thank you for making it possible. I'm thankful that we met, Louisa. Woohoo! We're practically besties. Altruist. Achievement unlocked. Free is often a great price. My problem is when you get things like companies that are selling $10 worth of materials that have been combined in a way, like sure, a novel way, but then they're selling it for like $300. Like I get that you have to cover R&D costs, but sometimes it gets kind of crazy. Like hey, we leveled up 2 friends. Nice. Renown's up 20, and our familiarity's up 20, which means we should be able to go to that helicopter ride now. Nice. I spent more money than I made. That's not good. iPhones. iPhones are overpriced. I think pretty much all phones nowadays are overpriced. I'm beat. I should go to bed. We're up to 146 hit points. Our relaxation's kind of flagging. Wait, no. You know what? Let's watch some more TV. We don't need the familiarity. And we got enough hit points that we can afford to have our max lowered. A local news program playing. There's a segment about a regional fair and its culinary offerings. And last but very much not least, the Association of Local Bakeries using opportunity to prepare a very special treat. In an attempt to break world record, 5 bakeries working together to bake world's largest krapfen. A local specialty, krapfen, are a round pastry made of yeast dough, filled with apricot jam and deep fried in clarified butter. You could say that it's the shit. Let's see what Master Baker Peter Friedel has to do or say about the challenges that come with this Herculean task. Yeah. Sometimes the expense of a thing isn't in the materials of it. You got one, research costs are getting, especially for computers, say, it's getting more and more expensive to research improvements into computers. But then it might take crazy expensive and intricate building processes to make building the phone possible. So the expense could be in covering the cost of the machine and the labor to make it, right? But that, even with taking that into account, my understanding is that they're a huge profit margin. Like some electronics, by the time you get to the store, sure, the store doesn't have a big profit margin, right? Like margins on computer stuff is very thin. It's a very cutthroat business. A lot of time, a lot of time with like computers and laptops and that, the only reason you see sale prices that are like $200-300 off is because the businesses negotiated a deal that will save, like say Staples, because I used to work for Staples. Let's say Staples will be able to sell this laptop $300 off come school time. One, there's a high demand, they'll get more units sold, so there's that. But then they also like negotiate like, well, say HP. HP is going to offer us that deal because then we're going to offer them a reduction in cost on signage, like posting signage, and maybe we are going to give them a prime real estate at one of the end caps of the store to make it more visible, to even get even more eyeballs on the product and the sale, to get even more sales out of it. Right? So it is a very complicated, there's a lot of things that go into the cost of things. It's not just about the bill of sales, right? But there are some things, electrical devices, where by the time you take into account like the circuit board with all the chips on it, or the circuit board, all the chips and everything else, and it's just like it's a put it together thing. It's like, well, to get the parts to literally make a gamepad, it can be pretty cheap. Like the individual parts are cheap. The materials to make them are pretty cheap. But that's due to the scale of things, right? What is it? It's the I had the word for a second and it just slipped right out. The economies of scale. There's like an economy of scale factor. The only reason they're able to really make those parts so cheap is because they're making so many of them all at once, right? But there's things that we allow stores to do through banking and that. And banks are kind of getting criminal with the way they fee things and charge things. But like, when you get a store like Walmart, they have $1 million to buy, say, in pop, right? So they negotiate the cost of how much. They negotiate with Coca-Cola. Actually, let's go Dr. Pepper. They negotiate with Dr. Pepper, which I know it's not its own company, but for the purpose of the example, it is. They negotiate with Dr. Pepper that this is how they'll get this many cases for $1 million. And generally, they don't pay that $1 million up front. Usually what happens is Dr. Pepper will ship them the $1 million, and they're like, okay, you have 30 days to get me that $1 million and pay it off. And they'll start selling it. And if they're doing good, they sell the $1 million of Dr. Pepper in about, say, 2, maybe 3 weeks. So they have an extra week before they have to pay it off. But they've made their $1 million plus their little bit of profit, so they can go and be like, we want another $1 million of Dr. Pepper. and they can take that money and keep rolling it forward, where each time they're spending it more than once. Companies, that's where Costco does its thing. Costco is generally buying in such a large amount and at such bulk. They have so much buying power behind the company that generally they negotiate like 2-3 months before they have to pay it back, and they're generally turning around an entire order like that within 1 to 2 weeks. So a lot of the times Costco's able to spend that $1 million they started with, they're able to spend it anywhere from 6 to 12 times before they have to pay that first $1 million off. So with $1 million, they're getting like $10-12 million worth of product to spend. They are eventually paying off each $1 million, but that first $1 million gets cycled in so often, right, that the profits just really compound on each other. It gives them a great operating. One, they also get things cheaper because they buy so much stuff. It's pretty awesome. I'm a fan of Costco. That's another company that pays its employees well. Costco, at least, like when I was working at it, the starting wage. Back when I worked there, I think minimum wage was like $10. It might have been $9.50, $10, right around there. I started at $12.75 as a stalker. In the morning, I'd come in, I'd help stock, and then when I got to I swung that into being like, I know I have sales experience and I know computers and electronics really well. Do you want me to be the electronic sales in the morning? I could do that. And they're like, sure. When I started doing that, my salary went up to $13.50 for when I was on the floor and when I was doing stocking. It didn't matter what point I was working. I was that new rate for whatever job I was doing. And even their cashiers started at like $16.50 at the time, and the max they could earn went up to like $24 if you were a head cashier. And this is back when that's like they're making double minimum wage, right? So Costco is a company that pays its people enough to keep their job and makes it well. Now that my understanding, now that minimum wage is like, what is Canadian minimum wage? I think it's like 15 something now, isn't it? $17.75 according to the AI overview. All right. Minimum wage by province. Here we go. Alberta, $15. BC, $17.85. Manitoba, $15.80. New Brunswick, $15.65. Newfoundland and Labrador, $16. Northwest Territories, $16.70. Nova Scotia, $15.70. Nunavut, $19. Ontario, $17.20. Prince Edward Island, $16. Quebec, $16.10. Saskatchewan, that's a hard word to say every time. Saskatchewan is $15, and the Yukon is $17.94. So now that the minimum wage of Ontario is the $17.20, I wouldn't be surprised if the max price for a cashier at Costco is like $30. And because they're operating at such bulk, and with so many times where they can use that same $1 million repeatedly before they have to pay it back, that they're able to afford paying their people well. And because they pay their people well, they don't get a lot of turnover, which means their people quickly become experts at what they're doing, which helps it run really well. You think you got a juicier in the people's opinions here, President? What is a reasonable or fair taxation percentage and why? All depends on what you're getting out of it. That's a very complicated and nuanced thing. Like, if your country's in the process of rebuilding, say, its entire train network and infrastructure to redo cities so that they all have, like, the big cities have subways, there's better train connections between them, they're doing high-speed rail, that's expensive shit. You're going to be taxed. If you get free health care, that's expensive. You're going to be taxed. Especially because our society doesn't do a great job. Like, part of the problem with the Canadian healthcare system we live right beside the Americans, for one, which gives a direct contrast, but it also means that we're getting a lot of American television and whatnot, and media. A lot of the world gets a lot of American media. And because of that, the views on how things should be done and the education on when you should go to the hospital and that is very poor. I think our governments that offer free healthcare need to do a better job of when you need to go to the doctor, when you don't. And just basic bodily maintenance and healthcare stuff. I can't tell you how many, like, there's so many people. Like, part of the problem with the American system is that it's a business, not a service. Or it's a service as a business anyway. Like, they don't see it as something that people just deserve. It's something to, it's like it is a privilege. I don't know, it's complicated. I'm not, the words I want to say aren't coming to mind, right? But like, the American prices are so inflated because the only place you can go is hospitals, and there was collusion with the way pricing is done that marks up the pricing a lot. But you have to cover, you have to cover that. But if your country's doing good on keeping this, giving you your enough schools with enough teachers to teach all the students, like, these are all expenses that your government's going to incur that you're going to have to be taxed on. And depending on how big your population is, they might have to tax you more. I get taxed, I think it's 13% right now in Ontario. That's both federal and provincial combined, because there's costs that Ontario itself has expenses and upgrades and stuff that it manages, but then there's also stuff that the government manages. So both tax people. And if I remember correctly, I think it's 8%, 5%, but it might be 7%, 6%. The government taxes more, I'm pretty sure, because healthcare is a government service, and provincial stuff is more like police. Like, here in Ontario, we have what we call the OPP, the Ontario Provincial Police. City police, and there's a big push for local territory police. Like, when I first moved to Ingersoll had the Ingersoll Police Department. Their jurisdiction ended at the border of Ingersoll. So if there's a minor thing and they're chasing after someone, say someone was just speeding through town, or they're chasing after that, they would have to, the person would be like, kick it to the edge of town and try to get out of town, because if you can leave the town and leave the jurisdiction, they'd have to hand off to an OPP, and it gave you that window of getting away with your speeding, which was fairly common at the time. Around the time of the transitioning, Fast and the Furious was really hitting it off, so street racing was becoming popular, and fast cars in general, so that was a bit of an issue, and that's part of the drive. So now, like, Ingersoll doesn't have a police force anymore. What we have is an OPP station. It's out of the same station, it's the same officers, but they had to go back to school and get re-accredited as an OPP officer. The OPP got them more money than the Ingersoll police was being paid, but that's because they had more specialized training, and their purview was province-wide, right? So there's a lot to running a government. Big thing is you have to try to keep corruption out of it, and that's, every government's corrupt to some degree, and I don't think the governments nowadays are doing the best job keeping that out of the system, or weeding it out, or punishing it when people abuse the system, and weeding out the corruption. All right, this pot holds 900 liters of liquid fat. The spoon to stir the pot is made out of a boat oar and is over 2 meters long. I remember when stuff like that was popular. This is the world's biggest pizza. Stuff like that. The Guinness Book of World Records. Did the Fraulein sleep well today? I heard you beat the Tatzelwurm up on Doberkogel. Congratulations. So, have you decided where you'll be going today? I was hoping she was going to talk to us about getting threatened. About the mayor's threat to take her license to be a hotel away. I'm worried about her. Alright, we have 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 to go. Yeah, that gets us to 26. Alright, we gotta go back to Doberkirkel because we ended up not doing the old quarry. Which is going to be our objective today. Unless there's someone we get to quest around with. This way. What is your opinion on reasonable and fair taxation? Any spell monster pots, Eero? We gotta get to 400. Ooh, we already sold them. No. Oh. That's okay. We sold them last day. I think it's this one. Yeah, there's the old quarry. Let's see. I have an idea. I'm going to teleport to the top of the summit. We'll go down it, collecting all the stuff. Come over to this point. Then we can teleport to here. Come down the hill, collecting all the stuff and doing the fights. Come down. And then we can come over to this point. Teleport to here. Come over to this point. Then come back around. Go through here doing the fights. All the way up to this point. And then come back. Teleport to here. Then come up here and go to our destination. Oh, but that leaves here not done. You know what? Instead of teleporting to here, I might teleport to there and then come over. All right, we got our game plan. Oh, it's our dog friend. Hey, Barkley. Hey, boy, what's up? Woof. He smells 1,000 Hinterbucks buried in a chest. Woof woof. Barkley out. All right. I'm glad we did not take damage. Might have to take a quick break and go get some more water. At least the big storm. We had a massive storm today. It was freaking puppy out. So at least he's calmed down because the storm seems to be past now. But my goodness. Alright. You live in Denmark, so the tax rate is considered rather high. Ranging from 37 to 53% depending on a few various things, as you stated yourself. Depends on the services, what you get out of it. Also, I bet how much you make. That's a big thing. That's one thing a lot of people mix up with the way the tax brackets work in the US and Canada. As you go up, like, a lot of people think, oh, I'm making I'm making this much, I get taxed, say, 10%. But if I go up, now I just got a raise, I now make this much per year, but now I'm going to get taxed 12%. Yes and no. You'll get taxed 10% up to that maximum where it would have went, like that first however much it is before you go to the new tax bracket. That first bit of money is still only the 10%. Only what you make in excess of that amount, what that puts you into the new bracket, only that extra money you lose that extra 2%. So getting a raise is always worth the raise. You will still make more money. Now, you might come into the effect where your business starts taking more money from all your paychecks. That just means you get it back at tax time. So make sure you do your receipts and keep track of your taxes. That is something that gets mixed up all the time. I even recently saw it on another YouTube short. There was there's this attractive older black woman talking about taxes, and she's like, I know a guy that went from making, like, got a raise, and he started getting, like, he got a big raise, but he went to a new tax bracket. He was actually making less money. It's like, no, he's making more money. Even after taxes, you don't lose, like, you don't pay that extra bit on everything you've already made. It's consider each one a bucket. This bucket holds, say, $10,000. Like, say every $10,000, the tax rate goes up by 1%. 5% on the first bucket, 6% on the second. So when you fill up you pay 5% on that first 10,000, and then it starts filling up your second 10,000. On that amount, you get the 6%. And then on the next one, that one gets 7. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, oh, now I had to pay an extra percent on everything behind. I remember even when my buddy Weeksy, he got a raise, part of him being, like, he's a mechanic. He got some new certification, and because of it, his raise was going to go up. He wasn't sure he was going to do the certification at first, because he's like, after taxes, I'll end up losing out on money. It's like, no, dude, take the raise, get the certification, take the raise. You will make more money, guaranteed. It is a good way of doing it. The people that make more money have more money to support their community. And I think, and this is where I might lose some people, but being Canadian, we are largely a socialist democracy. We're still democratic. That's the thing. Socialism gets a bad rap. All socialism is, it's not that, like, I don't own anything. It's, we want to help each other. You help yourself first, and then you help your friends. And that's the way it should be. And the more you have, the more you should be able to help, I think. Like, I wish I made enough money where I was in the top tax bracket. I would wholeheartedly pay those taxes. Yeah. Okay, so you get free healthcare, education. We even get paid something called SU, which is around $900 a month for living. Canada's been thinking about doing something like a what do they call it? Universal income, where you'd be guaranteed like $1,200 a month. The idea being you want to make sure everybody can get food and shelter. So they're going to call it a universal income, I think, and it's going to be about $1,000 a month. I think they did a pilot program where, like, a single county got it at first or something. They were looking into it. Because there's always those that say, if you're giving free money away, people just won't work. It's like, okay, but it's not enough money that they could only live off of that. They're still going to need to work. Plus, people that think that way generally have never experienced, like, prolonged periods. One, they probably don't have a great work-life balance, but they never experienced a prolonged period of time where they couldn't work. Never having to work gets so boring so fast. Like, if I wasn't streaming, and I'm treating streaming like a job, I try to treat streaming a bit like a job. I can't always start from the beginning like I would like to, but I try to regularly be on here every day. And it's like, you get bored. Like, the first time when I was off work because of the nerve damage in my ankle, I watched my day and night lost all relatively, like I lived in a basement for one sweet apartment that I miss, but like it was so easy to lose track of the day. I'd routinely be up all night, and like I'd be up to the point where my mom would wake up in the morning, come down to the basement and watch TV with me for an hour before she'd finish getting ready and go to work. And she'd come down at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. We watched a show called Andromeda, which we loved. It was campy and cheesy, but it was fun to watch. The later seasons kind of missed the mark, in my opinion, but it was a fun show. And we watched stuff like that, or we would watch Stargate, like the early morning reruns of shows that we loved, that we started watching and we fell out of, or whatever. And then she'd go off to work and I'd go to bed for a couple hours. And my sleep schedule was all over the place. I started getting bored. Like I was bored of TV. Even shows I liked, I lost interest in watching. Video games for a while were great, but I even lost, like I got bored of playing my video games at the time. Like it was like, shit loses meaning real easy if you don't have something to do. Be it a hobby, be it whatever it is. People don't realize that having nothing to do can be horrible. Now, if you go out and visit friends and that can cover a lot of that. But most people, I don't think, would opt to just sit there, take their universal income and do nothing on it, right? Anyways, where were we? 22 kilometers or more away from our home address. Granted, the SU isn't forever. It's more so 3 to 5 years or your extended education college. Dental is free till 21. That's kind of nice. Dental being free to 21 is better than nothing. I think basic dental, like having fillings filled, that should be free. Anything cosmetic should have a cost. I've heard Denmark's a pretty great place to live, to be honest. A lot of the EU countries are really becoming better places to live. Not all of them, my understanding. Like, I hear Norway's a pretty good place. Denmark's supposed to be a really great place. There's a YouTube channel I like to follow called Not Just Bikes that talks a lot about, I think they moved to Denmark now. You got used to sitting around doing nothing? But did you really do nothing, like just turn on TV and veg and never do anything? Or did you do stuff that was just mostly sitting around? Again, it depends. I think each person has a limit to how much they can do that for. Our brains don't like doing nothing. Our brains would rather get hurt than do nothing. Like there's this study where they put people in a room. It was a white room. There was no clock, no nothing to stimulate them. And they're like, there's a button. They're like, if you press that button, it'll give you an electric shock. It won't be enough to permanently hurt you, but it was enough to be uncomfortable and be like you hit it and it'd be like, ow, I don't like that. That hurt. Each person was asked to press the button once, and then they're like, we're going to just leave you in here. And pretty much every person before too long would hit that button because they'd rather be hurt and uncomfortable than truly have nothing to do. Ironically, men are even worse at this than women. There's something like 43% of women pressed the button within a half hour, but like 69% of men pressed it within 15 minutes. But yeah. Was it the Netherlands? You know what? You might be right. It might be the Netherlands. He travels around the EU a lot though, like a lot of the EU. It's pretty cool. The fact that you have a train system all throughout Europe that connects all these different countries is awesome. As a Dane, screw Sweden. Yeah, don't worry. I'm pretty sure Danes are like screw Sweden, or Swedes are probably like screw Dane, the Danes, right? Like it probably goes both ways. Sweden is the worst. Oh no, we're gonna start an inter-EU war here. You have Sweden ganging up on the Danes ganging up hopefully on Norway, and then Norway can come back and get the Swedes. It'll just be a big circle. Danes and Swedes are the two countries or people in the world that had the most wars between them. So? It's also like one of the longest populated areas of the world. Like there's always a war going on somewhere. And a lot of things is people not letting shit go. I wish I could travel more. Walking hurts though. But then again, everything hurts. So sometimes you just gotta suck it up and do shit anyways. Woo. I missed this spot last time. Darn it. Here's the relationship of the Scandinavians. Oversimplified. The Danes and Swedes fight over who gets to have Norway as their girlfriend. Well, you know, if Norway wasn't such a little tease and just picked a side. But and let's face it, can you blame them? You see all those mountains and fjords? Those are some sexy, sexy curves. All right, where were we? Make any country blush. See? You get so you understand why it's happening. Is the hard fight still here? I don't think it was. It's this fight hasn't been here since we beat the Tatzelworm. But that fight down there is still there, even though we already got the treasure. Yep. But you know what? I live in Canada, so a lot of your countries all seem tiny as fuck. Like let's bring up Norway. Compare it to, say, Ontario. Okay, Canada. Okay, no, Ontario size versus Norway. Ontario, Canada is 2.9 times larger than Norway. I got 3 of you just right here in the Wang of Canada, aka Ontario. There's a reason why we're all dicks, you know. Although, if you really look at the map, it's a tiny little Wang. It's just a little stubby. Yeah. Actually, we have some nice curves. Look at this. We got the big badonkadonk up here. We got all these beautiful lakes. Most, like 20% of the world's fresh water right here. I think it might even be a bit more than that. But then check that out. We got this little curve from Quebec trying to get all sassy, and then fork on down over here. So we got some curves. Admittedly, our mountains aren't quite as big. Lakes are pores / pimples, not smexy. Keep in mind, those lakes are the only thing that's our drinking water. So they're very sexy. This is the largest concentration of, like, non-salt water in the world. Hey, I can see my house from here. There it is, right there. Right about around the eye, I think. Also, Highway 401. Canada has the longest street in the world, and I believe the 401 is considered the busiest highway in the world. But yeah. Wheel of Time is 85% off on GOG. $1.69 Canadian for a Wheel of Time. Come on. Anyone ever played the Wheel of Time game? Is it any good? I'm kind of interested in it because I like the Wheel of Time series, like the books. And sometimes old RPGs are amazing, even in the jank. Oh, wait, can we... Here, let's close that for a second. I want to watch it on YouTube. That way we can go full screen with it. Of course it's night dive. It's always night dive. Legend.
The wheel of time turns, and ages come and go, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again.
It's all about cyclical patterns.
In one such age, long past, the age of legends, mankind enjoyed a time of prosperity. Certain people, called Aes Sedai, were born with the ability to sense and channel the one power. This was the energy at the center of the universe, the driving force of creation. Drawing on the one...
I wonder if this is before the separating of the powers. So, like, is Aes Sedai for both male and female at this point?
One power, the Aes Sedai could accomplish anything. They controlled the weather, healed the sick, and gained virtual immortality. With mastery came arrogance. One woman used her power to bore a hole into a place existing outside time and creation. This released a dark presence into the world. Although it took the name Sheatan.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? I didn't know this part of the lore. I didn't realize it was a female, like it was a Aes Sedai not in the time of the books are all women because the male power has been corrupted. Any man channeling the power will go crazy. They say that one day the dragon reborn will come back and fix shit, but even he goes crazy. But his crazy is just the crazy that they need to save shit, and then he goes crazy in a special way that kind of heals himself too. It's pretty cool shit. But the female are like lording it over that men are the corrupt, blah, blah, blah. The women are the reason why that Sheatan is fucking released in the first place. Hypocrites. They don't deserve the power either. I'm thinking like the one power should maybe not be wielded by mortals at all.
It became known by many others. Father of lies, soul's bane,
Sheatan.
or most commonly, the Dark One. Many flocked to the Dark One's banner, including 13 of the most powerful Aes Sedai, known later as the Forsaken. Their army was filled with twisted creatures created by the Dark One out of nightmare. Trollocs and their horrific masters, the Murdrawl. The War of the Shadow had begun. A man called the Dragon led an assault against Shel Ghul, the location of the Boar, and he succeeded in forcing the Dark One back through the breach. He closed it off, trapping the Dark One and the 13 Forsaken on the other side.
But Shaitan fucked with the power in all men from that point forward. Because of him doing this, and a woman, he wanted the women to go help, the women wouldn't help. And because my understanding is because of the fact that the female powers weren't there to help seal it, Shaitan was able to corrupt the male half of the power.
The dragon created a collection of palm-sized stone seals to contain the power that kept the prison closed. These seals the dragon entrusted to the remaining Aes Sedai. For years, the Aes Sedai kept the seals safe in the White Tower.
Sound growls
but the Dark
properly.
One had his revenge. Moments before his banishment, in a final blow against the dragon, he tainted the male aspect of the One Power. The taint drove every man who could channel insane. And uncontrolled, these madmen rent the very earth with their power. This time became known as the breaking of the world.
Yeah. Generally, in this universe, the male power is usually like more potent, but it's not as nuanced. So it's like the men that have the power can do like crazy dangerous things, but there's certain things that women can do that men just never seem to be able to get the power to do normally.
The women of the Aes Sedai rallied and eventually destroyed the male channelers. But many of the seals were lost in the chaos. Only 2 remained within the White Tower. To this day, the Aes Sedai search for the missing seals, but unknown to them, others search as well. What was, what will be, and what is, may yet fall under the shadow.
Are you supposed to be... I wonder if this takes place where you're just in the universe, or if you're supposed to be Ran, the Dragon Reborn. That actually looks pretty... That's a pretty good recap of the series. All right. For thousands of years, the Dark One has been trapped, but now the 4 seals keeping him imprisoned have been lost. 4 organizations of opposing beliefs and principles were searching for these seals. The Aes Sedai Sisterhood managed to recover 3, but one of them was stolen, allegedly by members of a sect within their organization that worshipped the Dark One. Elena Sedai, keeper of the Chronicles of the White Tower, has been promoted to the leader of Aes Sedai and must retrieve the lost seal at all costs. All right. So the Wheel of Time is a fantasy-themed 3D shooter based on the novel series of the same name by Robert Jordan, finished by Brandon Sanderson. Combat is ranged, but the player character doesn't use any weapons, instead relies on artifacts called Ter and Grail, and the Ter and Grails and Sand Grails, they're like the different things, like they're totems of power. There are 40 of these and Grails, Ter and Grails in the game, which can be used for offensive as well as defensive purposes, e.g. shoot lightning and fireballs, heal or hide the protagonist in a cloak, etc. Alright, there's more than 100 artifacts and magic spells based on the epic novels, unique multiplayer dynamic, single and local multiplayer modes available up to 4 players, diverse weather effects like wind, rain, and snow, construction and equipping of owned fortresses. Interesting. And environments in real 3D. Remember when the fact that something was 3D used to be a selling point? Damn it. I think I'm going to have to get that. That looks fun. Anyway. Today has been a day of tangents. right. Lying is bad. Okay. All right. You know what, guys? I'm going to go refill my water. I'll be right back. Let me throw on some music for you. I'll be right back. I was thinking we'll play till about 8 o'clock this game, which honestly is only like another hour, 15 minutes or so, and then we might switch over to Resident Evil. Or we keep playing. We'll see. right, everybody. Oh, good timing. The song just finished. Wouldn't you know, my saying, all right, everybody, the cat gets up and leaves. Doesn't like being here while I stream. Cheers. All right. Well, we. All right. Looks familiar, but you didn't know. You are a walking tangent. Did you see the attack? It shoots out to the others. Only if they're within range. Still. We actually got to see the chaining effect now. Nice. Very close range though, eh? Whee! All right. Did this have anything besides the treasure? You know what time it is? Bone Falcon time? Normally it'd be time to switch games, but I already said I'm doing that in a little bit. Because I wanted to play this a little bit longer. I didn't get started. The dog woke me up at like 3 o'clock last, or actually, sorry, 4 o'clock last night. I'd only been asleep like maybe 45 minutes. And then he woke me up again at like 6 o'clock. Again, it takes me a while to fall asleep, so I had only been asleep like another 45 minutes, maybe an hour. And then he woke me up at like 9 o'clock, and it's like, oh, he just kept waking me up. So I got a very disjointed sleep. So then I finally got, like from 11 to 3, was mostly sleeping though. I said phone Falcon time. First thing I said. I covered all of the bases. Yeah. Alright, let's go do this challenge fight. Did you see that? It hits him twice. It hit both because of the chaining. So at that one point, I hit the guy in the middle, and it chained to both his head and his body. He got himself hit twice for no reason. He had it coming. Make you regret hitting me. Knock him down and jump attack. Thanks to the healing we got now, we can totally tank a bunch of these hits. It's L-I-T-L for little. Just saying. A little stretch. Gotta put a little bit of a lilt to it, right? Autocorrect is such a bitch. It does learn how you type and spell things, though. My phone no longer autocorrects L-I-T-L for little. I guess I've done it so much. My mom would... Oh, you're still going on about your mom? Dude, man up and talk to your mom like an adult. Oh, shit. We nuked him with butterflies. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I was just teasing. But I literally do that on anywhere I comment. Instead of saying little, I always go L-I-T-L. Most people get the joke because they see my name as LitlClutch, L-I-T-L, right? But every once in a while, you'll get someone that comments like, you don't even know how to spell little. It's Lil, L-I-L or something. It's like, dude, look at my name, dumbass. Oh, we were out of superpowered. Okay, let's start by nuking half of them all at once. Exactly. You got a brand. All right. Brexis, I saw you're here. Did I say welcome? I think I did, but I can't remember. You know, they say memory is the first thing to go, but I forget who said that. Oh, it didn't pull out far enough. Male problems, am I right? There we go. Oh, shit. I forgot to go to the other spot. I was going to come over to here. I think the next one up was the quarry, right? Excuse me. Child's play. Yeah. Take the rest. Alright, we don't have to get every piece, I guess. I do want to do it like all the fights, though. Alright, that got most of the way up there. Saves us climbing up the rock to come get, what, 3 pieces? Oh, sorry, 6 pieces. All right, that way we're good. All right. Like, Brexis and I have been watching Babylon 5 on the Discord, so anybody could join us if they, you know, had good taste in TV. And one of the things that they keep bringing up in Babylon 5 is, like, they can't cover their costs. Like, it's so apparently it's so expensive to run Babylon 5. Like, they need all this extra funding from the government, but yet when they separate and they lose the support of EarthGov, yeah, expenses went up, but it's like they're still able to make it work. So it's like, shouldn't any port should be able to cover the cost of running the port just through their docking fees, right? Especially one that's busy as Babylon 5, because it's like the center of commerce and negotiation for like all the non-allied worlds. I just feel like they underestimated how much money Babylon 5 would have been able to make. But besides that, it's been an amazing show. I love it. Probably why I'm rewatching it for like the probably 6th time, maybe 7th. I've watched Stargate Atlantis more, but that's because Atlantis is my favorite show. Man, did we kill him in 2 hits? Like, I know I swiped 3 times, but I think he was dead on the 2nd. Pretty impressive. All of our talk about like taxes and that just was making me think about that. Like, why wasn't Babylon 5 able to be, if not profitable, at least covered their own expenses, right? All right. We need to quick travel to here. The last bit that might have some loot for us. If I go down the right bridge anyway. Ew, a gooey tentacle of gnarliness. But, you know, maybe it's a good way of building bridges. Bridges that can kind of have some give to them so they don't fall the first time something shakes. Yeah, time zones can be such a pain. Like, Minson's a good 5 hours ahead of me. So when we try to game together, either I have to get up early or he stays up crazy late. And unfortunately for both of us, well, actually probably fortunately for both of us, him and I are both really bad at getting the sleep we need, so we tend to do both. Right now, 7 p.m. my time. Ontario is Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Time, depending on daylight savings. What I would like to see them do, instead of having daylight savings, I'd like to see them just split. Like, the next time change, they should only do they should go by a half an hour, like adjust a half hour, and then never change it again. That way, both will be off by a half hour, and you'll get the best of both worlds. Like, there are other time zones that aren't a full hour behind or forward, right? Like, they're only off by a half hour. So why not? Get rid of daylight savings time, because daylight savings time actually is super expensive for businesses. There was a study done that showed that it actually costs, not all companies, but like a lot of people, it costs a lot of businesses millions in lost productivity and just like people being out of sorts and drowsy and tired and stuff. You're 6 hours ahead. Yep, it's 7:13 p.m. on this fine Canadian day. Or at least it's fine now. It was storming like crazy earlier. Like I said, it had my dog freaking out. It had my pain off the chart. Like, there's a reason why I didn't start the stream until, what is it, 3 hours ago? Like 4 o'clock. Even with medication, it's been a bad day. Also, add to that, it's a freaking, what I call a patch day, which just means it's the day I have to change my fentanyl patch. They're pretty rough days in general. 1 a.m. You know the future. The future is now. Woof, woof. Any tips from the future you can share? 1,000. Oh, wait. Sorry. Forgot the button. There we go. Now we can just keep following this trail. I think I've done the optional fights everywhere. Wait, didn't we already do this fight? Stop flinging your boogers! Wow. That chain damage, I wish it had just the tiniest bit more range. Or if it always hit 3 guys, that would be amazing. Infinite range. That'd be too powerful. Daylight savings time results in thousands of hours of both overtime and unpaid hours that were skipped every year. Yeah, see, that's criminal. If you ask me, that's criminal. In Canada, when daylight savings happens and the time skips ahead, you get that hour of work. If you stay an extra hour, you get paid that hour. And if it goes over puts you over to the daily hours and makes you overtime for that day, or it's like it puts you over the weekly hours, you still get the overtime. There are lots of companies that try to not worm their way out of it. It's true. And then for those that lose an hour, right? Like the extra hour you work and then the extra hour you have. Oh, you know what it is? We didn't come up this way. We came down here. Like, you gain an hour in one part of the year, but you lose another one. Oh. Interesting. Money! It works out for the year usually, but yeah, businesses hate doing overtime. My feet are wet. Don't tell my parents. And don't stand in the water like a goof and be surprised your feet are wet. Or, if your parents are going to get upset about your socks or your shoes getting wet, take your shoes off when you do it. It's an easy problem. See, that wouldn't be an issue for me. My shoes are Vessies. They're waterproof, pretty much. But yeah, daylight savings time is a huge hindrance. Like, I'm sure it was an attempt to address an issue, and I'm sure it had its time. I just don't think there's any call for it anymore. Especially if you split the difference, it'll make up for a lot of it. Like, part of it, my understanding, part of it was like for farmers to get the light, like have the light in a different part of the day and that. Well, electric lighting's pretty cheap nowadays, so it's not like lighting's a big issue anymore. Can we get the treasure again? We can. No way. We get it every time we visit? Yeah, baby. Well, hello there. How you doing? Chain damage plus. The extra hour of, like, I'm sorry. The difference of a 9-hour shift versus an 8-hour shift is a huge difference. Especially because usually when you're working it, a lot of businesses don't give you like extra break time to make up for it, or don't space your breaks out accordingly. That could be a huge deal. I agree. Made the same mistake as yesterday. Closed your eyes for 10 seconds and damn, you fell asleep. All right, I'm calling it. Make sure your phone's plugged in so it has power, but you gotta go to sleep, my friend. You gotta take care of yourself. Lack of sleep is actually much more detrimental to you than you realize, and it's not something that you could just be like, oh, I'll sleep an extra time tomorrow and I'll make up for it. It doesn't really work like that. Missing out on sleep can have like ongoing ramifications that you don't even realize for a long time. Time zones are great to localize the change. And I think for when we did it, like when time zones became a thing, hour increments kind of worked great. I think they should really break it down to half-hour increments and further divide the world, to be honest. But that's just my opinion. Especially since it's handled by our phone. Like, our phone doesn't do it automatically. Even if you don't go fully half-hour segments, because that'd be a lot of time zones. Right, but getting rid of the daylight savings is the big one. All right, guys, here's our first level 7, I think. Oh no, we did the snowy summit. Never mind. All right, let's do it. Swoozy. Yeah, the way that Alex character is behaving is it's the way, like, the type of person I dislike. She's formed an opinion and she won't listen to anything we say. Or even talk to us anymore. Like, the fact that the mayor's willing to bully other people, she won't even listen to us because we're trying to complete the dungeons. Which is what she was doing herself. And she's not stopped going to dungeons either. But she doesn't think we should try to finish them anymore because they could all close up afterwards. But she won't listen to us about, like, the damage it's causing. Like, the mayor has the city dumping tons of magical goo into the lake every morning before people wake up so that they can't see it. Like, what's that magic goo doing to the lake? Alright, it seems if the range of our shockwave is greater than the range of our chained damage, unfortunately. And also, like, people not completing all 25 dungeons is causing earthquakes and these weird tendrils to pop up. Like, stuff is happening. It's almost like there's a pressure building, and if we don't take care of the dungeons soon, something bad might happen to the city. But she doesn't care about that. She doesn't want to hear that. She just is going to be pissed at us until we do things her way. I don't like it. I thought I liked the Alex character at first, but now that she's behaving like that, I don't like it. I don't like her anymore. You can't be that unreasonable. You have to be open to talking with the people that you have disagreements with. That's one thing I want to strive for this community. Open and honest Discord. Like, you gotta be willing to listen to what other people have to say. Like, none of us know everything about everything, right? Like, some of you guys are real dum-dums. Joking. You're all real dum-dums. No. Again, joking. Like, one thing you got to keep in mind, though, is people are idiots. Keep that in mind, and I think you'll do okay. You're technically a politician. Well, I'm not sure we can be friends anymore, then. Politicians are the worst. It depends. Are you an honest politician? Which I know sounds like an oxymoron. But again, my ex-fiance's dad was... Let me get the term right. MPP? And an MPP in Ontario is... He was on, like, part of the Ontario government, but he was for the county we're in, not the province. So he was 2 steps down, I think, right? If you look at federal government, like the big government, then you have the provincial government, and then inside the provincial government, 1 step down, those are MPs, and then the counties inside each thing are MPPs, I believe. Because I think MPs are members of parliament, and then it's members of provincial parliament. Because Canada is a parliamentary system. And he's an honest politician. He actually does a lot of good. I don't know if he's still doing the politician thing. He is getting older now. I hope he is. I think he is. But he's a politician I actually respect. And that's despite his fiance or his daughter being my ex-fiance. Emphasis on the ex. All right, fight is over. Ooh, we got a button. Okay, if I pull that, that's shut, so we don't want that. We can put a bomb to press the button. Oh, we actually, never mind, we won't need the bomb. We can use that. Treasure! Okay, we'll have to move it this way first. Resonant Sword 7. Oh, it's a 7? I was hoping for an 8. Let's see if it's any good. All right. It is actually more attack power than our current one, but less magical power. I don't know if that 140 or 138 counts the... I think we gave it plus 18. I don't know if it was... I think it might have been a 120 plus 18, so that would count it, but I can't remember. So, we get an extra 7, right? So, let's see. We have 191 to begin with. $200. Okay. So we got the 7 points, but somehow we got 2 extra points along the way. I wouldn't have thought 20% of 7 would be 2. Maybe it's rounded up. Maybe that is the closest single digit. All right. The downside is we would no longer have, like if we look at our sword, it just gives us MP regen up. And if we go back to the other one, which gives us, they both give us MP regen up, but this one we've enchanted ourselves. And it has physical attack boost and HP on Slay plus plus. That's a big one. You like the money glitch in Ultimate Zombie Defense? Hey, that was just pure genius, okay? Even if it was only like a penny at a time, you could get, or $1 at a time, you could get an extra $40 per round that way. It worked out. I know it doesn't really matter, but I want it like precise. Oh, too close? Okay, what if right about there? Yeah, that's good enough. Much better than it was. How do I get over there? That's the question. Oh, I know. I front from underneath. I see it. Right under here. All right. I got the magic in me, and I'm going to slay thee. New waystone reached. Sweet. I heard a noise. Okay. Doesn't seem there's anywhere else we could go. Oh, there was a noise. It's mine carts up above moving around. Every once in a while you see them zip by. See? Oh no, it's not even a mine cart, it's a block. So I knew something up there was moving. Alright. I'm not sure why this is here. Pull it up. Pull me up. Treasure! We got the old coin. Nice. Oh man. Small problem. It won't let me climb back up. I don't know how that worked out. Glad it did. There we go. Just glad we didn't fall to our death. Oh, check it out. We can be a catapult again. Locked and loaded. Ready, aim, fire! For a second I was worried it wasn't going to connect. Oh, there was a way we could have just ran around. I like my way better. do I get over there? There's stuff in that place. There's stuff over there and in there. Going up. Second floor. Housewares, electronics, and lingerie. Now it opens that up. Okay. Woo, we got some more trash. Now where am I supposed to go? There doesn't seem to be a way out. Oh, wait, nope. There we go. Totally missed that ladder. There we go, we got treadmill. Alright, go the other way. Wait for it. It won't let me climb on it while it's moving. Looks like it's going to hit the button for us, though. Gotta get our steps in. Hop, hop, hop. Hop, hop, hop. Hoppity, hop, hop. Oh, am I using that other weapon? Well, 159. What? Wasn't it like 200 with this one? 167. No. And then we put this one on. So this should be 160. 159. So close enough. You know what? I think the reason why it gave us that extra 2 points instead of just being 7 and was 9, I think we had just finished a fight maybe, and our bonus was high enough from our combo that our attack power was higher than 159. Because we all saw it say 200. I think now that our combo's been reset, we're back down to the base number. I think this is the second time we've seen that happen. So I remember being like, wait a minute, wasn't my number higher? All right, let's go see where we can get that thing. Now, Minton. You saw the numbers too. No, oh, what's it called? No gaslighting me now. Alright, what do these do? Oh, okay. So I think we gotta connect it there, and then we gotta go boom, boom. Ready? See, this game's got nice puzzles in it. And we're done. Meow, meow, meow. going to come, and then we can hit the button, and then we can climb up, and it's going to be like store. I think they do need to work on the logic. You know what? It might be worth pressing that, because then without the bot thing, it'll be open. That just brings it down. Makes me wonder if I should have hit the one down below that way too. Wait, this is the whole dungeon? Stop flinging your boogers at me! That magic hit me just at the right time to keep me from doing what I wanted to do. Barriers down. Gotta love the old double hit. And I think we hit both, and then it chained to the other. So we were doing like quad hitting there. Spell guard, buddy. 700. Or is it 7,000? Either way, new armor here. Oh, it's the 700. It is weaker, though. Mind you, our resonant armor is, like, upgraded, isn't it? I think we fully upgraded the armor and then one each on the pads. I was really hoping we might get, like, the 8,000 pad or the 800 pads for my elbow and my legs. But, you know, what can you do? Spell guard 700s. Still good armor. Boom, and we got the coin. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 coins we've missed so far. If we want to get all of them, we're going to have to get all of them before you do the final one, right? Like, there's big tentacle arches of magic goo. Gary's trying to take all of the credit for... You know what? Doesn't matter. Got any more elements? Oh, I hate people like Gary taking credit for other people's work. Can't remember which one we were going to upgrade again. Oh, increase enemy loot. That's the one. Okay. We don't got enough to do another upgrade anyway. All right. Who's available to talk to today? There's Danny and Renaud. Barkley. And I think we might do... Okay, there's Henning. We could try to befriend him. But I think if we go and do the tourist board information to level up Klaus... Klaus here, he'll get us extra charm slots. Sounds like a plan. He's already asked us to hang out too, so I think he's ready to level up. No new swords. No new armors. They got up to the 7s, but that's about it. Enchant our sword. Alright. 145 and 77 instead of 120 and 80. HP on Slay ++. And enchanted 3 swords. Nice. So we got a ++ for physical or a +++. So we'll do +++. I was hoping we might have like a... I was hoping we might have one that was like that item up thing that we have the charm for, but in enchantment. 6. Getting expensive for that one. What body armor are we wearing again? We got the Resonant 8. That's going to be the best we got. Yeah, alright. You know, I'm just going to have to trust that we're wearing the best equipment we have access to. If we do this, that'll leave us with what? Like 14,000? Which I think should be just enough to upgrade our other piece of armor and make us broke. So our upgrades cost you 1,000 Hinterbucks per point of increase. All right. I kind of want to get rid of the ones I don't like Whirlwind and Burrow. But at the same time, I kind of want to like, maybe there's an achievement for having all of those. $9,000 for that one. Well, it is a 10% increase. All right. Anything that's only going to get us 600? Chain damage plus. Okay, we get what? 4 physical and magic. And that's defense. Do we have a defense both plus? Got 10% for the physical. Oh, that one right there. 5% each will probably be better. Now, at least long run, it might be about the same because we're at the point where I think we'd get 4 or 5 points. So there's 4 and 4. Oh, you can't do it really quick. Okay, 1 second. Wait, we're not doing that. We're doing. Okay, first off, we're at 127 and 128. So even taking that 4 off, we're still going to be getting what, like 6 points? So if we take out the 4 and 4, and we come over here, or like we just go back. 123, 124. Well, it's a 2-pointer. I thought I had one that was down to 1 point. Did I really miss? Look, I thought we had one that was still only 5. We'll just have to get it shrunk down. But I think in the meantime, going increased enemy loot. Till we get more spaces. We do have a 10% of each, but we'll have to get them shrunk down before they're really useful. All right, so we're still 123, 124. Oh yeah, it does say size 3. Wow. I guess I was looking at the have and not the size. %10 of attack if low health. I don't think I'll ever let my health stay that low. I heal during a fight now, after all. AC recharge blade. That can go. There's another one that said 600 in value. Yeah, there. Physical attack down, skill / AC damage up. So if it was minus 20% physical attack, but plus 20% skill attack, maybe. If it's a direct trade, because the skills are already pretty powerful, so to boost them more. But just says moderately. Who knows what that really means? Skill damage up, ++, attack ++, crit damage ++, crit. damage plus plus, crit rate plus plus, physical magical attack plus. It's an 8/4. I think we can get rid of that one. MP regen plus plus. HP on slave plus. We got plus plus, so we don't need the plus. All right. We'll slowly get things converted to a plus plus plus, but in the meantime, I think we're good. Bag of nuts. For me? Thank you. This is lovely. Here, take this in return. An MP snack. Hey, a snack for a snack. All right. I don't think we have goo covered. But we got litter, I bet. There we go. Give him a gift of seeds, maybe? No, we already gave him the seeds. Oh, yeah, it does say that. How about potato chips? Appreciate the gesture, Louisa. I've got something for you, too. HP snack. Alright. Oh, shit. He's not asking us to spend time with him. Did we miss our chance for now because of what... Like, he already asked us? Darn it. Charms, enchantment, magical elements, trash. Oh. I've been picking up these weird blobs of goo that look like they could turn into monsters at any time. Are those dangerous? I know what you're talking about. Magical elements. They're not dangerous, I don't think. Word is, there's a scientist in Hinterberg who is using these for her studies. Anything else you want to know? Oh, that's it. I thought there was a third page, but... Last time we were here, he asked us to go have dinner with him. But we had plans. That's the day we hung out with Jay, I think. Albert's more mana. Big selection, big discounts. Rare attack. If we go to Henning, we get a rare attack conduit. If we go J, we get a rare attack conduit. Better prices when selling items. Faster conduit recharge. Dodge stamina. Renaud's charm. Renown increases physical attack. We have quite a lot of renowned. If it's like 10%, that's a 25 increase. Heck, if it's 5, that's still a 12. Which is pretty good. And Sam is an MP slot, which isn't bad either. Oh, wrong button. Trigger. No. Hit the bumper, or the trigger instead. No, I hit the bumper instead of the trigger. My bad. If we talk to Danny, we get a hit point slot. And Albert's the MP slot. You know what? Let's spend time with Barkley. To give us higher value loot. Who's that good boy, Barkley? Hey, Barkley. That's the name I gave him. Good name. Suits him. Hey, boy. How's your evening? Woof. Yeah, this guy likes me. Got no real plans for tonight. Might just hang out with Barkley, get some relaxation. Pet the dog. Relaxation is our lowest stat. Got no real plans. All right, let's hang out with the dog. Doggy, doggy. I always like dogs, the way they express joy, pure, unmarred by doubt. It just makes me so joyful as well. It only ever lasts a moment, but for that moment, the world is good. This one isn't showing it as much, but it's there. He's picky, but he likes company. Who's a good boy? Yeah, it's you. Heckin' good. You don't have to care about someone putting up a fake dungeon up or any of that. You're just a real good boy, out here enjoying a warm summer evening. Being on holiday means you can take time to let anything be the center of your world for a while. There's a pleasant little evening breeze tonight, and I can choose to do nothing, but else sit and enjoy it. Do nothing else but sit and enjoy. Might make a memory of it, or I might forget. No matter what, it's just right. This guy probably knows all about that. This is good, right, boy? There's no vacation that doesn't get better by befriending an animal. Same kind of idleness, of none of the big stuff mattering, of just enjoying each other's company. Happy we're pals, Barkley. Meanwhile, in his head, he's just sitting there going, squirrel. All right. Relaxation up to 120. More hit points. 13,000 Hinterbucks. A new sword. And the coin. We killed all those guys. I'm beat. I should go to bed. I think we need to watch some TV. It'd get our amusement up to 240. It's looking like 350 or 400 might be the max. We'll lose a bit of our max hit points, but it's worth it. Nature documentary is playing. The narrator has a very calming voice.
This young male wolf has made his way through the Alps for several days now, looking for a mate. Luckily, he can now do so in relative safety nowadays, but this hasn't always been the case. Wolves were severely and methodically hunted in many Central European countries from the Middle Ages on until the 19th century, as they were considered a danger to livestock. It was only after the 1950s that populations started to recover again. Nowadays, the Eurasian wolf, as well as its subspecies, the Italian wolf, are legally protected in most European countries.
It's been forever since I've watched a David Attenborough documentary, so I couldn't really do a David Attenborough voice.
Good morning, Fraulein. You sure look like you have an appetite today.
Teresa's trying to sound warm and cheerful, but there's a strain in her voice. She hiding something? Oh.
Did you feel that? I did.
Another quake. Everybody's just standing there waiting for something catastrophic to happen. Waiting for this to be the big one. But nothing else happens.
But nothing else happens.
Eventually, we all just shake it off and continue with our day. Just another earthquake. A mild one this time, luckily. Lucky Hinterberg. This has to stop. We're on 8-8 now, completely. All right, let's do the last number 7. Spa Hinterberg. We should hit the spa at least once before our vacation's up. All right. Spirity monster parts, hero. Your charm slots will increase at 400. All right. We don't have enough to get to it, I don't think. Look at that. 318. We can always try to hand them in before we go into the dungeon. See if that's enough. I don't think we'll have enough at that point, but worth a shot. Little bugger hit me just before I could kill him, which caused me to take a bunch of hits. We got 3 dodges now, though, which is kind of nice. Like, look at that. What? Zip, zop, zoop, baby. Zip, zop, zoop. Ducking and a weaving, ducking around. Bob, 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 around. All right. Barbara Ray, please take my hand. Ooh, that's a different one. I wish they made the chaining damage look more like a lightning bolt that like rather than just the little whoop, swoop, swoop, swoop. That was a good run. All right. The only one without a check mark. I wish they also showed you right here when you look at it whether or not you got the coin. Because I think there's 2 on this map that we haven't got the coin for. One's the minecart one. Not that one. That one. One's this one. And I think the first one on the log too. No, second one. Abandoned mine shaft and the mine cart workshop. The ancient tree is on the other map, as is the lighthouse reef on yet another map. We could also do the relaxation to get our max hit points up. That's also an option. And I think the one map gave us magic defense, and another gave us physical defense. Okay, this extra item thing, working pretty good. Whoa! 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give us double. And the amount was 1,000 instead of 600, 3 or 600. Nice. Usually that guy only gave you 5. You know, it says it's a slight increase to how much you get per of getting something for a monster. But if you do, you get more. But it seems like it's a guarantee. You're guaranteed to get something from them. It's happening so often now. I feel much better about getting to that 400 now that we got that extra item. I wonder if they stack. Like, if we got more of them, could we stick a bunch on and get, like, 10 times the amount? $69. Nice. And of course, oh, it's open this time. Guess you don't get one every visit. Last time we got one the last 2 times though. It was worth a shot. Okay. I'm getting tired of my water bottle leaking. Hanging out with Barkley didn't level up Barkley, did it? Nice. Got tuck and roll. Make sure to protect your head. And roll with the impact. I'll be honest, I kind of missed that challenging fight that used to be there. It was a good source of extra items. Good. I thought I had missed this spot and went right to the end for a second there. Observation platform, you say? A decent view. side that's facing the expanse below should not open. Person could like go right off the cliff. That's a safety hazard, right? All right. Oh. It's time to switch over to Resident Evil. What would you guys like? Do you want to watch more Hinterberg or do you want to see more Resident Evil? Village. I'm enjoying both, so I can go either way. I see a challenge we're gonna kick the ass out of. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Kick their asses running, very, very frightening. Mamma mia. Mamma mia, Figaro. Oh, 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 oh. Wait, she's not dead? Ah! Killed her with the chain damage. Yoink! That was so fun. Okay, we've already been down there. That's the treasure one, right? Yep. There's only a treasure chest. We've already got it. Wrong one. There's like another 10,000 right there. I meant to do the 2/ thing. Oh well. We can always charge up our attacks again. Itchy nose. I got a itchy nose. Only one person here today. Nature's nice, but to be completely honest, I mostly hike up here to sit around and eat and drink. Yeah, look, they even have sword racks for people to store their swords. Maybe there's a no keeping your weapons rule, because otherwise I would not trust my sword to be left there after I've upgraded and enhanced it and stuff. Mine's a custom enchanted blade. Oh, here we go. This is a spot I would have liked to open up with that meteor storm. I hate that the weak attack's the attack that sends the bad guys moving around the most. No homing boogers. another round. I didn't see my hit points go up there. I forgot to switch my sword. That's why. There we go. Now we're up to a 186. And it'll heal us. I swapped the upgrades over, but I forgot to switch. Felt like we were doing less damage and not healing. And we're not. 18 less attack power and not healing on kill? I was wondering what was going on. It's like, wait, they don't normally just arbitrarily get stronger. No fight here? Really? This is a perfect battle arena. Ah, but there's a fight here. Suck it to him. No boogers. Fling the boogers at your own self. Weaponizing boogers, I tell ya. Only a monster. Or a high school student. And that doubling of item thing, it seems to be a guaranteed doubling. I don't, like, maybe there's still a chance that we don't have items drop, but it seems like they always drop, and they're always dropping too. It made it sound like they won't always drop items, but when they do, they drop Bud Light. No. I don't always drink, but when I do, I go for a Guinness. Actually, Guinness ain't a bad beer. Ice cold, decent beer. But if you're crazy enough to let it hit room temperature, oh, it's got like a cardboardy aftertaste to it. Have we already been here this time? I think we have. Where are we? We're over here. No. That's the one we're doing. Unless we decide to go to unless we decide to take the day off and relax. See how much we've gotten already. Oh yeah, 56, 5, and 80. Oh, we did it. Right there. Also got 58 to go to the next one. Bam. Does that please you, hero? Your final reward will be... For 500 parts, we'll strengthen your defense. And you'll be our bestest friend. Yeah. This is the final round we have to give. It shall also mean our eternal friendship. We will throw that in as a bonus. Eternal friendship? Woo-wee. Okay. Charms. 2 more spaces. We're up to 14. That's awesome. Now we can put that. Oh, I got rid of the other ones, right? Okay. Yeah, cha 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 cha. Let's see. We could do 5% magic. Or we could do increased damage to knock down enemies. And if we get that one and something else level up, we could do reflect and that. I don't think I care about the reflect. The physical damage thing. 3-pointer. I forgot to go make that a 2-pointer. We'll make that a 2-pointer. If we can, a 1-pointer, and then we can put that on. And maybe that one. So that way we get 5% both. And then a 10%. If we can get the two 10s both down to 1, we'll do both 10% up. Ooh, but that one even more damage. You know, I'd rather do damage. An extra 5% attack power. Okay. Two, 2, 3. Oh, it would have been better if it was 2, 2, 2. And physical defense 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We do like 12,000 on a crit. I think that's 2 attacks kind of being like mixing to make it seem like it was 8,100, but I think it was an 800 and like a 500 or something. Oh, that's a new biggin. That's what I'm talking about. I thought there was oh, there they are. Do-do-do-do. So do we do the dungeon? Do we rest up? I'm not worried about it. I'm not really worried about our max hit points. We got quite a bit now. Right. I'm guessing I might have been too focused on the dungeons. It is called Dungeons of Hinterberg. But I'm guessing if you spent more time to hit up all the relaxation spots in that, empowering your character, you might have actually had more time to like max out all the relationships in town and that. Luckily. Hey, boy.
Woof!
And off he goes. Another 1,000 Hinterbucks. We're back up to 62,000. Sweet move. Opening salvo just obliterates them. And all we had to do is, you know, turn a few butterflies into basically bombs. See, we just use the magic to have them convert to antimatter. Or at least a small portion of them. The 3 items. Peek around the corner. Oh, this is where we just were. And we already been over there. We can so fast travel. All right. The last one of this map. We're a 9-8 now. Dang. We got the attack power to take on the toughest of dungeons. I hope the last dungeon is a 10. Just because we've been seeing up to 9 so far, right? Like the secret gold one that pops up once you defeated all the others. No going back. Oh, I see the boxes now. No, the boxes are locked up. It's almost like the mayor's trying to make it so you can't do some of these dungeons. That's the way I'm reading this. They're destroying them. And boop. There we go. Be gone, foul bot. can just focus on the big guy and it gets him. Oh. Only 700s. Go. Oh, I want it more central than that. There we go. That's better. For no other reason than I can. This would have been a good way of hiding, like, a secret. Let's see. Oh, it won't let us get up there. Can we get a second one? Oh. There we go. Maybe now it'll work. We're getting there. I'm not the only one that would think of this. Especially seems like there's only 5 of them total. Oh, this is as far as we can get. It gets us nowhere. And they came from that. You see that? They came from rock. That's disappointing. It was worth looking around, though. Let's see. Oh, we got a button. Oh, it won't grab. No, I wanted to go from one to the other. Puzzle time. Ba-na-na-na. Boom, boom. Gotta touch this. There you go. Puzzle's hard, puzzle's soft. The button spin it around. Find out what's on the ground. Wow, puzzle. Yeah, puzzle. Oh, wow, this one's really booting it. Look at this. Woo! Treasure! The coin! That one would be hard to miss. Too fast to go back? Yeah, thought so. You know what? I got the coin. I don't care. Whee! One, and then we can't get in that one. Yet. I'm guessing we're getting a block or something. Or turning block delivery on. Yeah, we get it. Gotta go move it. Like to move it, move it. We like to move it, move it. We like to move it. Oh, wait, can I just pull it? I can? Where away? Oh. Not the one I was expecting to be left open. I had to show him why you don't want to explode on people. They don't like it. But he died, so he didn't learn the lesson. Alright. Making sure not missing anything. But we already got the coin, right? So... Treasure! Slay Tector leggings. I think the box just got destroyed. Because that one's not connected to these ones. Oh, there's one on that too. That's where we're trying to get it to. I thought for sure we'd be able to do it from there. Wonder if we can pull it far enough to connect from here. Nope. Oh, look at that. This is the spot I didn't notice. Right there. Alright, let's go get another one. Starting to think I went too fast, and then it's like, oh no, there's an extra button you can pull. Away we go. Ta-da! Treasure! Slate Tector pads! And of course, stamped with the coin. Booyah. Everything, all the 7's done. All right. Okay. Inventory. Let's see. Oh. We're going to have to upgrade the new armors, I think. Because technically it's less. You know what? These upgraded. How much did we end up giving the other one? Because I know there was what? It was 5, 4. No, the pads started at like 1 each, right? 1, 2, and 3. Was it 7 points? So a 19. Yeah, it might still be worth it to go to these after they upgrade. And these guys. Excuse me. Oh, this is like non-physical, totally magic-based defense. Even upgraded, that 19 is only going to be at best like what? 25. But that 38 would be 44. So lose 5 to gain like 2. Not worth it. I feel like my face is covered in cat hair. Allergies have been bothering me with that lately. I like spending more time with magic, but I think it's starting to get to me. I think we want to see if we can find like spell guard 7s or 8s. Or resonant. Alright. We showed them. Okay, let's see. Okay, if I do the 10%, we can only do one of them. So I'm thinking we do 5% of both. Oh, that wouldn't work either. Darn it. We could do knockdown damage and the magic physical defense to have both on. Oh, actually no. It'd have to be the magic defense. It's only a 5%, not even the 10%. All right. So we'll swap out knockdown for 5% magic physical. We'll have one empty spot for a while. If I hadn't sold the +4 +3, I think it was, attack, I would add it, but as soon as we can, either get the damage reflect down to being size 1 or get the I'd like to get both of these down there, but it might just be better to go for like the 5% both defense. $234 and 92. Our magic attack is so behind the times. Oh, whoops, wrong spot. All right, and how are we spending the night? We could go talk to Danny. We could oh, wrong way. Wrong way. For a better future because we deserve it. Egocentric much? Egotistical, more like it. Corroded metal.
I don't get who would put a sculpture like that in their house or their garden. The material just conjures up the sound of fingernails scraping across the chalkboard. The idea of an artist wielding a blowtorch is kind of fascinating, though. Hard to think of a cruder, more violent tool to express yourself. Hi, I'm Henning. Hey, probably not going to buy anything. Is that okay if I just have a look? You take all the time you like. I'll be over here if you have questions. At least he's not a pushy salesman. I could spend the evening looking at Henning's art. It'd probably increase my familiarity. A rare attack conduit does sound nice. Danny is one more hit point slot. I'm not worried about my hit points, so I think I'm going to do Henning. Although we do need relaxation, so it might have been worth going to spend it with Danny, get relaxation. When I was 17, I had a phase where I wanted to become a camera operator. I read every blog I could find on cinematography, memorized standard lenses, lighting rigs, types of shots. My cousin was kind of like that. She became a photographer. Her name's Brianna, and I love her dearly. I wish her the best, even though I haven't seen her in probably a decade. Her or her brother. He was a bit of a douche, but he was a well-intentioned douche. Yeah, Brandon. I hope he's doing good too. We were related to their family through my grandpa, which was on my mom's side. Wasn't her birth dad, like it was her adopted dad. But Brianne's very good with the camera. Takes beautiful, like the composition of her photos are quite stunning. She got her start doing wedding photos. She hated it. I haven't taken pictures in years. I was going for a real career, not a pipe dream. Excuse me, Henning, is this a sculpture of a person holding a camera? I call it tourists taking a picture of a dungeon portal. Henning politely waits for a follow-up question. That's too long of a title. That should just be called like photo of a dungeon, right? And he trods off. I don't think he expects to sell a lot of these. Can't make head or tails of this one. Never figured out how to look at sculpture. It's canvas. I know how to behave. Stand still a couple of meters away for about half a minute. Then on top of the net. Then on to the next. Am I standing in the right spot to be looking at this? Any spot will do. What's this piece about? What do you think? Anger issues? There's a pyramid up top. Looks like you banged on it pretty hard. I did. Felt fitting to the theme. This one's about being too keen to appeal to everybody. It's a cube that's lost part of what makes it a cube. I get it. This one looks like a person kissing a big monster. I guess that's what it looks like. Been thinking about moving it inside. It attracts a weird audience. Those would be cool next to a dungeon. They should have little sculpture parks near the dungeons. Those would totally fit in there. Somehow I don't think the powers that be would agree. We have a couple of art exhibits on the main square every year, but my proposals always fall through. Mayor Wagner doesn't consider my pieces very relevant. Or perhaps she doesn't appreciate the message. Either way, let me give you my card. It's nice to have someone come by who shows an interest. The card doubles up as an attack conduit, so don't toss it out. Ooh. What kind of conduit? Fraulein Dorfer, might you have a moment? No, we're going to have to help her save her in, aren't we? I received an unusual call yesterday. From Mayor's office. You see, my license for the guest house is up soon. I have to get it renewed. They asked you to get rid of me. Let me guess, they want you to kick me out? See, the house is over 200 years old. They keep adding new building codes, and I can't comply because it's under preservation order. Ah, but if that's the case, you're grandfathered in, and you don't have to, usually. I'd look into that. A lot of places where if a location is either up for consideration for that, or is already that, one, you're not allowed to change it, and therefore you don't have to. Usually, not all places, though. There's actually I saw a story the other day about, it was this old bar that the owners of the bar were looking at having to do a whole bunch expensive preservation stuff, and it was coming up within like days or weeks or whatever to be protected, like historical, like be a historical building, protected status. And the owner, without telling anybody, had the business that owned it had the owner close the pub down for renovations, and then without telling anybody or any warning, tore the whole building down, thinking, you know, it'll just be a small fine, because that's usually what happens, is small little fines. Who cares? It's worth it in the long run. They wanted to, because they wanted the land to develop like condos or some bullshit, and they were wrong. They were forced to rebuild it contemporarily. So apparently it like ended up being even better. Like they rebuilt it brand like the old way, but it's basically brand new. So it ended up being even better off than before. Well, that's the kind of thing you need. You need the punishment to actually be expensive enough to like deter that kind of behavior. It's like, I'll just take the little fine. No, you're rebuilding it old way. Has to be historically accurate. Go. In short, I need them to turn a blind eye here and there, and they're not going to this time. I don't understand, Fraulein. You're a perfectly pleasant guest. What could you have possibly done to get on the mayor's bad side? Hinterberg's dungeons will disappear once someone finishes them all. So the mayor hid one of them deep in the Hinterwald, and she put up a fake dungeon so no one would notice. Magic isn't a mindless force of nature. It wants us to complete its dungeons. Mayor Wagner's trying to prevent that. The earthquakes, the tendrils that burst out of the ground, everything that's been going on. It's magic raging against the mayor's deceit, and it's getting worse. That woman is going to be our doom. As if things weren't already bad enough around here. I've been to the secret dungeon. I can't complete all 25. I'm going to put a stop to this. A Hinterberg without magic. Well, perhaps we could certainly do worse. It's been nice having so many guests, but there are days when I don't recognize our village anymore. Plus, all she would have to do is let us stay there rent-free. Invite us over as a personal guest rather than have us rent the location. Like, there's ways around shit like that. Because they can't tell you you're not allowed to have company over or spend time there, right? You stay then, Louisa. Stay and finish your quest. I can stall them at least for a little while. Hinterberg without magic. Yes, it's about time we return to calmer days. Well, the local agrees with me. Even if the other adventurer person didn't. But I don't get it. Like, at times, they make it seem like there's other places with dungeons, and then other times it seems like only Hinterberg has dungeons. All right, we got a relationship. Renown's up to 280. Familiarity 310. We completed a dungeon. We got our coin. Got some leggings. The Slate Tector Y7s. Killed all those monsters. 32 kobolds, 20 mages. Not bad. I'm beat. I could go to bed. Get our amusement up. We're at the point where the HP we lose is inconsequential. We have so much. The regular program has already stopped for today. A puppet show is playing on an endless loop. The only character seems to be a grumpy potato talking to the viewer. What? I might be a potato. I might feel a bit salty right now. But if they don't take me seriously, they'll be in for a rude awakening. I think, therefore I am. I'm not really sure I get it. It's just potato puns. Potatoes are a root? Actually, they're tubers, but still. I thought it was funny. Like, mildly. Just enough to be like I see what you're doing. We're done now, though, right? And then move on. Alex, look, can we talk? I don't know what there is to talk about, frankly. It was fun playing detective with you, but this has gotten very real. I'm out. All right, so you're just completely phony. The village needs us. This is spiraling out of control, Alex. Hinterberg needs us. Do they? Have you asked them? Are they cheering you on? This place does not belong to you. Magic does not belong to you. Get it through your head that this is just not your call. Well, a local... We know at least 2 locals support us doing this. Probably Klaus, too. Alright, let's see. We got the Basilisk Roost, Icicle Trail. Here we got Bizarre Towers, Ever-Changing Grove, Winds Brought Treetops. Alright. The Winds Brought Treetop seems like a boss. And these are 9s. We'll save these ones for the last, then. I guess we're going to go Hinterwald, Kolmstein, Hinterwald, Kolmstein, Hinterwald. Sure, let's do the... I guess we'll do the... Do we do the boss, or we save the boss for last? But I'm sorry, if you won't even listen to our argument about why we're doing it, just stick your head in the ground and be an obstinate bitch about it, you're not the kind of person I thought you were. Don't want to be friends with people like that. There's a labyrinth entrance there, but it takes you out way over here. All right. What dungeon is right here? Ooh, 2 magic protected characters at once.
go. We showed them. Like, a level 1 challenging fight. Did not get out of the range in time. That guy dropped a lot. Nice. Give me all the loot. Give me the loot. Break me off a piece of that loot cat bar. I think the faster you kill that guy, the more you earn. Alright, I am curious. What was it that we get for resting in this place? It also does health. So 2 locations give you more health. 1 gives you physical defense. 1 gives you magical defense. Guess that's fair. All right. Were those people that we could trade in the parts for not here this time? Victory! There we go. why you can't take theirs out. One more. Yeah, they did it. I like ending on the big ground smashing attack. All right. This is the Windsbrat. Yeah, Windsbrat? Yeah, that's probably about right. Windsbrat treetop. That middle S kind of threw me for a loop. Windsbrat? Kept wanting to say Windbrat. It's Windsbrat. Windsbrat. There we go. I got it. Excellent. Okay, let's fast travel down so that we can bypass the bridge. Go on to the mushroom dungeon that we've already done. Ooh, level 2 challenge fight. Homing booger. Run! I couldn't tell if you hit both with one attack, does it link, does like the chain damage link to both of them so they both get hit twice? Or does it just like, they both got hit, who cares? No link damage then. Couldn't tell whether or not the chain hit both like that. That's how I would think it would go, but you never know with games. Alright, that's Albert and his final dungeon. You've been through this labyrinth, yeah? Inspiring. Perhaps we can discuss your experience over cake sometime. For you, Albert? Sure. There we go. I wasn't sure if that would work. Nope. Nope. Son of a beach. Those beach trees. They're the worst. I just realized what my mistake. I should have been trying to go back like that at all. All right. Boom. Safely back.
And quicker. It's not poison. They mentioned Henning. The one guy mentioned Henning buying parts. I wonder if I should dump them into here or if I should keep him. I think for now, until I get to the 500, I'll keep dumping the parts in. Okay. That's nearly everywhere, I think. All right, so you have the ever-changing grove, Windsrot Street Top, and Bazaar Towers. Let's do the treetop, I guess. Mainly because we haven't done a boss fight for a while. We're at 9-8. I'm curious what this boss is going to be like. Oh, I think I saw... I think I hit both there, and I think I saw two different arcs. I think.
All right, not a flawless victory, but not bad either. There we go. One of those things at too big of a hitbox. Ow. Oh, I see it. I can go through like that. Treasure! Yo! Ooh! I saw that. Those are X8s. Yeah. 30 and 42 beats 20 and 41. But we get what was it with the legs? Was the legs 6 points each? 26, 40, whatever. So 4 points down on physical to be 5 points up magical defense. I think that might be worth it. Or not. Magical defense more. I was thinking magic attack. Our magic attack's the really weak spot. Oh, wait, that's a piece snack. I wish right there that the picture in the middle should be blue because it's it's the mana one. Like it being all pink like that really kind of overshadows what it is. Oh, not that. Action, that's what it was. What's the new move that we got? Tinker Toy? Place a mechanical toy on the battlefield that draws enemy attacks. After a short time, or when taking damage, the toy will explode. Deal damage to all surrounding enemies. Let's try it. Alright. Can't wait to see Tinker Toy. Here we go. Boss fight? Winds, bro? Oh, pretty. Is it a moth? I don't think it's a butterfly. We're probably going to have to blow the horn. Took too long. I don't like this because you have to use magic to do it, but then you're out of magic to do this part. What the hell? It wouldn't do it. I'd let go of the button, and then it'd start doing it, costing me the charge. It would be one thing if she was routinely dropping the bombs for you to deal with. But the fact that you have to use your magic to get up here to have a chance. Darn it. I'm not getting mana back every attack like you normally do. I didn't get any mana back there. You're supposed to get mana back regularly with the heavy attacks. Oh, I can't change my charms. It's going to turn off my whole chain attack thing. I think it's keeping me from being able to attack enough to earn magic. Great way to farm items, though. I wasn't sure if it'd be high enough to get it, but it did. Now I can fly with 2 wings? More and faster charging. I like it. That hit me behind cover. Wasted my mana. The explosion got me as I was going up. Ricola. Even led the target. It'd be cool to see the attacks get mixed. No! Why did it explode before getting there? Darn it! Oh, it nicked me right there. Oh! Now does the fight begin in earnest? Oh, Scheiße. Gonna make you regret that. Oops, wrong one. I was gonna be like, do you want to move? I'll show you a move. Didn't even use my biggest move. Weak bosses shouldn't try picking on stronger people. I don't like bullies. That was a cool fight. I think the fight for the other bots was a little cooler. Oh, it went up. I thought it was gonna go down. That was one big ass tree. How cool would it have been if you had a fight down there? Start off like fighting her with her wings or whatever. You knock them off. You fight for a little bit. She retreats as a phase 2. You come up here to like a second. Like you could have like 3 phases. First one, second one, like the final one where it's just like all out her on the ground. It could have been cool. Like maybe after taking the first 2 wings off, she retreats to the second floor. Mixes up her moves some more. Does more magic attacks faster. I don't know. Oh shit, did we get a coin? I don't think we got the coin for this place. We got Tatzelworm lair. Shit. We didn't get the coin. And we can't go back down. Did I miss something? Is there an extra treasure chest up here? That would be awesome if there was. No, we didn't get the commemorative coin. Son of a... I'm upset with myself. Renowned Slayer, complete 20 dungeons. Yeah, rub it in that I didn't get the coin. That's 5 coins we've missed now. Which is a quarter of all the coins. A fifth of total coins, but a quarter of the current coins. Alright. Magical elements. Ooh, not enough for that, but we can go from a 3 to a 2. It's 5% deep. No. Both up 5% ain't too bad. All right, you know what, guys? I'll be right back. I'm just going to have a quick bathroom break, and then we'll keep going. All right. Where were we? Oh, that cable. All right. So Albert might not be a bad option. Okay. Henning's charm, familiarity, increases magical defense. That's pretty nice. Renaud's charm, renown, increases physical attack. That one I do want. Renaud is here, but if he's at the thing, we won't be able to spend time with him. Just go sell some stuff and maybe see about upgrading our new equipment. This is... Thanks so much. How did you know? It's my favorite flower. Got you something as well. Large MP potion. He's not up at it. We might be able to do something with the node. Rather than just do the fire. Or the campfire, whatever. Okay, let's see. Oh, shit! I didn't realize Winthrot's body armor was a thing we got. 3 upgrades, 43, 43. Where's that 8? Detector 8. $56, $56, fully upgraded. Doesn't look like they're as good. When brought, we'll get what? 2, then 3, and 4, I'm guessing. Or is it the one that gives 10? So it'll go up to like a 53. Which is weaker, and this also is that plus AC recharge. I think it's the spell guards that I like to wear. Because they're the one that's kind of even both. Got almost put the pants to like a 50 for the magical defense. And our pants currently are 42. Oh, it's even more than that. 2, 4, and 5 goes up by 11. So 3152. Okay, so got an 11 instead of a 9. I should see what the magical entity sword looks like. We've never even tried that. Browse the shop. Anything new? Nope. Charms. Nope. Enhancement. Knockdown. Up, up. HP on slate. Up, up. But physical attack plus multiplier. Not a plus plus. So 5%, that's what, 1/20th? So until we can get it so that we're getting more than 18, it's not going to be worth replacing it. Oh, this is delightful. What a beautiful gesture. I have something for you as well, Louisa. A small potion. I guess you liked it, but not too much. So if we do get 11 points to armor, there'd be at least a match. It might still be worth upgrading them just in case you get more, because I think the last one's a 6 for them, right? So maybe instead of like plus 11, these get like plus 13 or 14. If it's 14, it gets us more points. All right. Spell guards are definitely the better one. There we go. 1 more defense, 10 more magic. I'm tempted to remove the shockwave on, like, explosion on dodge. Just to get more defense. MP on Slay would be a nice one too, actually, now that I think of it. Now that I'm, like, when I do use my magic, if we have bosses like the last one, it's worth it. Otherwise, it's kind of meh. You could go to J at the Grand Hotel. A rare attack conduit. There we go. I can do 2 weeks of promo in September, and I'll wear the sneakers. If you make East Asia Press a priority. Done. What about the silk steel? The silk steel armor is a non-starter, Jason. We've been over this. I'm not going into a dungeon wearing a millionaire's toy. Sure, your brand's your temple. I get it. Just think about it is all I'm asking. I'll get the deets sorted, then we can pop the champagne, yeah? Always a pleasure, Jay. Likewise. What if the silk steel is actually good armor, right? Like, maybe it's worth wearing.
How's the bruise? That sounded like it went well. Congrats. Yeah, decent deal. You got time for a drink? Been spending the entire evening discussing sneaker endorsement deals. It'd be nice to talk about something more real. First things first. A gift for Jay. MP snack. I don't think she appreciated it that much. Took a trip to Hinterberg today. There's a dungeon there that's just wild. Gravity's all messed up. Walking sideways on walls. I don't remember that one. I don't think I've been to that one yet. Ah, want to know where it is? Yeah. Sure, where? Take a right, just after you arrive in the forest area. You'll have to walk across one of those slimy tendrils. I think you'll like this dungeon. Definitely one of the weirdest. See, this is why I love slaying. Every time I think I finally got a handle on it, the whole thing suddenly changes. Like a good dance track. Just when you get into the groove, it hits you with something you didn't expect. Honestly, wish I could just cancel tomorrow morning's 10 o'clock and go up to Kolmstein. Got contract signing for a sponsorship with an axe manufacturer. That's going to be at least another week posing for promo shoots. Too important to pass up? I'm guessing the money's too good to just pass on it? It's not really about the money. Not for me, anyway. Okay, let me ask you something. You ever felt like your whole life was laid out for you? And you hated everything about it? Yeah, that's why we're here. I felt something like that, yeah. My parents are big in the media business. Big as in own a giant conglomerate. They've been raising me to take over the company ever since the first day of that stuck-up private school. You have to understand, ours isn't a family where one just goes off and does their own thing. Not typically. But this is my life. I'm not going to spend it in their shadow, managing their legacy. You're trying to be financially independent? Is that why you're working yourself so hard? To be financially independent? I'm working myself hard because I have no interest in being an heiress for a living. You know how hurtful it is when some journalist calls you a rich kid with a hobby? I'm not going to be someone who coasts on other people's achievements. My accomplishments are my own. Believe it or not, it's not about being the face of an ad campaign or the cover of some magazine or the cash. It's about looking at myself in the mirror, knowing I've done something worthwhile on my own. That's what I'm working towards every day. Is it working? You think you'll ever be satisfied with yourself? The jury's still out on that, but I'm doing what I can. I haven't gotten something like that off my chest in a long while. You're a good listener. Oh, right. I got something for you. It's an attack conduit. I had to think of you when I got it. It matches your style of fighting much better than mine. Yeah! Leveled up. Jay gave you a rare attack conduit. Let's talk again soon, yeah? Socialite. Spent an evening at the Grand Hotel. Not by choice. It's only where Jay was. Alright, level 2.
30 renown. 5 hit points. No coin. I'm beat. I should go to bed. Watch some TV before you crash. It's an old style TV too. I know this guy. It's young Klaus. This is a rerun of a popular format from the 90s where Klaus introduces viewers to his favorite alpine hiking routes. Right here in the center of the Hometown National Park. I butchered that and I apologize. We are at the foot of Groblochner, Austria's tallest mountain, with a height of over 3,700 meters. A lot of people assume that this mountain is a destination for experienced hikers only, but this is far from the truth. There is an abundance of hiking trails of various difficulties and lengths, suited for everyone from casual hikers and families to seasoned mountain climbers looking for a challenge, and even gimps like Clutch. Hey, he mentioned me. Well, we'll explore some of these paths today, so follow me and enjoy some of my favorite vistas this beautiful national park has to offer. Time for bed. Morning. Something's going on outside. It sounds like... Are they fighting? Grab your equipment, girl. Yeah, go Jay! Louisa! The whole village is overrun. The monsters are coming from the main square. See if you can make it down. I'll handle them here. Main square now. Got it. Woo! Main square now. Go! Gotta trust Jay. She's got things covered. These guys look different. I got these. You take the road to the left. Get moving. I see that new conduit. Battle cry, was it? Stuns enemies in your vicinities with a mighty roar. Do these guys look shinier than normal? They almost look metallic. I'll protect the villagers here. Main square, that's where the monsters come from. Go see if you can help. Squashing pretty easy though. Alex! Louisa! Help! So much for being a slayer. Oh, clear? Clear. Oh, sorry, Renaud. Clear. Are you all right? Yeah, thanks to Louisa. Louisa, Ma'am, if we can bother you for just a moment, we have some questions for your report. Yeah, sure. I'll see you in the morning, Louisa. Sure, you okay? Yeah, a bit shaken, but I can handle it. See you tomorrow. Oh, she's talking to us again. Talon survivor made it through the monster rampage. Okay, a little secret about me. I've always been terrible at apologies, straight up garbage. But boy, do you deserve one. So I'll really make an effort, okay? You mind if I sit? Let's get the easy part out of the way. You were right.
It's clear as day now. Hinterberg's in a serious danger. Someone needs to finish all the dungeons, and it can't be too soon. That someone's you. You could do it. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate you coming around. Yeah, well, guess what brings us to the harder part? You remember when you first arrived here, all anxious and ready to go back home? Gotta admit, felt real good to take you under my wing those first few days. Teaching you the ropes made me feel like a arch wizard in a hip, totally non-nerdy kind of way. I'm sorry, you can't bring up arch wizards without being nerdy as fuck. It's irreversible. Or unavoidable, I'm sorry. You are a hip arch wizard, but you're still nerdy as fuck. Not that there's anything wrong with being nerdy. But you have a knack for that magic. That connection to it. Man, this is hard. You don't have to say it. It's okay, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. But I do. I was so jealous. I've been here for months and I know I'm really good at this. And then there you are. And within weeks you get, what? Freaking visit from magic in your room? It was killing me that wasn't me. I'm sorry, Louisa. I'm glad we're making it up. I can't do this without Alex. Well, we proved we could, actually. Whatever our differences with anybody here, now is the time to lay them to rest. Hinterberg needs us. Woohoo! Achievement unlocked. Heart to heart. Completed in a relationship with a person. Everybody in Hinterberg levels up faster now. No more magic. No more magic. No more magic. No more magic. Are they heading for the main square? Come on, let's see what this is about. No more magic. No more magic. Shut down the dungeons. No more magic. Citizens of Hinterberg, friends. What we witnessed last night was an outrage, a complete and utter failure by law enforcement to protect us. At 7 a.m., I dismissed the head of police. I am now taking steps to ensure we have enough forces on the street to never let this happen again. Bronze.
Oh, stop it, Karen. This has gone too far. Shut it all down.
Yeah, down with the dungeons. I assure you all we're perfectly safe. The police won't protect us from earthquakes. You've given me your trust these past 3 years. All I ask you now is for just a few more days. Something big is going to happen. Be excited. It's going to be magical.
No more magic.
No more magic! Magic! No bad magic! You ungrateful! I'm turning this village into a billion-euro industry, and you just can't stay quiet.
Down with the dungeons!
Well, guess what? You want to chant? Chant! You entitled brats are going to be kissing my hand when this is all over.
Wow. So, the power's gotten to somebody's head.
She's completely unhinged.
I was trying to tell you.
She's planning something. You better get out there and find your next dungeon fast.
We got like, what, 4 to go?
Yeah, see, we're done double. Oh, I guess Hinterwald still has one. I bet Bizarre Towers is the one she was talking about. I was thinking she was talking about Doppelkogel, but we're done completely the Doppelkogel dungeons. She must have been talking... She did say Hinterwald, so it was the Bizarre Towers, I'm betting. All right, let's go to Kolmstein. We'll do the Basilisk's Roost.
And then we'll go back to Hinterwald and do the Bazaar Towers. And then we'll do the Icicle Trail. And then we'll do Ever-Changing Grove. And then we'll kick it up to level 9 and do the Tower of Trials and the Wasserman's Arena. Probably reversed. Probably go Wasserman's Arena, then the tower. All right. Basilisk's Roost. Yep. We can take the helicopter now. Yeah. All right. Okay. We're here to kick some ass today, all right. Okay. We'll kick a major ass today, all right. Okay. There's the floating island right there. It is. All right. Spare part 0. 106. Plus 95. Oh, it's so close. All we need is 37. We should do that before we're done the dungeon. Oops, right into the flag. Alright, so the helicopter takes you to the Icicle Trail, which is the last one we're planning on doing. If my attack had been a split second faster, they would have been killed before they got their attack off. No, homing boogers. Those guys were tougher than I remember them being. Usually this was a pretty weak fight. All the collectibles down here. Nope. Oop. There we go. The icicle airlock. fight, really. There's the fight coming up. Ow. Okay. There we go. That got a little bit close. That's okay. Some of those attacks were just knocking me into other big attacks. Frustrating. Alright. There we go. Feeling much better. Shall we go on the lift? Not a lot of animals this high up, but if you're lucky, you can catch a glimpse of an eagle. Did you know that golden eagles are native to this area? I learned that in school. It's pretty cool. Stay in school. Alright, so this place gives you relaxation and physical defense. So, cold is physical, rain is magical. I'm not sure if I should take the chairlift for a stay in this area for today. Do it. The other side's got better loot. They'll only let you take the chairlift after you completed the first dungeon. I think it's a good safety measure, so it can make people reckless. Going up. We already did the race. I hit roll, but it was too late. There we go. All's good. Oh, wait. I missed some. Nice little fire for two. staying out in the cold air will raise my physical defense. Nah. Besides, the dungeons we go in are going to be just as cold. So if that's the case, we should get the physical defense anyway. I'd rather the fights didn't have those things in the middle that cause extra area effect damages. Be it these little beam towers or the ones that do explosive acid fruit. I find them just annoying. We'll get it on the way back down. I think the other guy came in to attack and got hit on the shock wave. Or just from the fact that we got that chain +3. Either way, you got taken out. Lateral damage. Suck it. Did I kill the bird? Alright, so this is where we're going to be fought in. Where have we actually been? We came this way, so I don't think we went that way. A lot of these alpine huts are well over 100 years old. That's kind of cool, actually. Clearly made to last. Wrong one. Sorry, Widow. Ow. Shit. Alright, magic's down. Well, that explains why I didn't get the help. See, I hadn't been killed yet. There we go. There's so many high peaks visible in the distance. Also, there is a chest behind us in case you didn't notice. I already got it, dude. Trust me, chests are one things I noticed. That's where all the loot is. I think we've been everywhere now. Let's go deal with the boss. Another worldly heat emanates from the portal. It is an 8. We are solidly a 9. Looking pretty fine if we're a 9. I like this. This kind of thing isn't the greatest with the gamepad. The faking a mouse type of thing is what I was talking about. Here we go. Still a fun little experience. I did not get the roll that time. Phase 2. I guess phase 3? We might be back here, we might not. Might as well top up. I like this one. Wish we could still hurt it a little bit by shooting its feet, but it's gonna be the next phase, so I get it. Whee! Oh, you can't hurt it while it's flying at all? Next phase. I dig the bosses. They did a good job. Had to build up some speed. could have timed that with one swipe if you got it just right. But still dealing with that one egg. Wait it! It says it's ready, but it's not doing it. It won't let me use my moves. He's kind of derpy. I like him. Not quite as much as the chicken from K-pop Demon Hunters, but I like him. Still, Derpy Kitty's the best. Hands down. Basilisk's pads. But no coin. Wait a minute. There was nowhere to get a coin on this. It was all just chase him down. That's... Where did it list that? There's a spot that talked about how many coins you had. And how many could be collected. We have 15. I think it goes to 20, so maybe some of them just don't have one. Is that the whole thing we've done? Yeah, that's all the roosts. We came all that way. I don't see any spot that looks like there's a treasure chest. Except for the one we got right here. We got the basilisk pads. I'm worried I missed something. Alright. 4121s are still the best pads. A little bit less on magic defense, but not by a lot. By the time we upgrade them. 131 and 129. Let's see what we can do. Don't know if that one is actually worth it. $10 would be. MP on Slay would be. Unfortunately, we can't get that and still get down to level 1. So we have to go on the magic defense. Oh, it's only a 5. Where's the 10? Here's the 10. We can get it to a 2. In that case, I'd rather bring MP on Slay. And MP on Slay will be the next one we get. We're so close. All right. Looks like Klaus wants to talk. Klaus might end up getting us the extra charms as well. First things first, Anna, I need you to do some upgrading. It is Satisfactory then? Satisfactory? That's the slickest dagger I've ever held. Just flawless work, Anna. It's cool if I pass it on my feed, yeah? Or post it on my feed? Yeah. Gonna get her more work. You're finally back to crafting your own gear, huh? I just sold my first new piece. Making it was a joy. I missed dearly. I know you have a lot on your mind, but I'll celebrate my Smithy's rebirth. I'd like you to join me. My shop would have been shut down if it weren't for you, after all. This might be the last evening I spend with Hannah. What? Why would it be the last time? Alright, the basilisk paths. Alright. What? Did it not just do... Oh, it did her basic armor too. Why would it take it off the one that I've had selected? That's just weird. I kind of want to upgrade the boss equipment. Let's see. Yeah, what is it? Windblot's armor. There we go. Still weaker than what we're wearing, but did we get anything from Tatzel? The Tatzelworm? I don't think we did we? Big selection, big discounts. Sure. I like Hannah. Why not? Bye. Nothing new. Charm. Anything new on the charms? I bet spending the time with her and getting the final level will be something new. Alright. Fine, let's just do it. Spend time with Hannah. You, got anything mandrake based? Now, want it to smoke a lot. Lots of smoke, please. I didn't think they served mandrake here. Not sure they have mandrake in this place. No matter. I keep a vial of syrup in my pouch. Hannah? What in the... Hey, Julian. Stop trying to poach my employees, okay? Post your help wanted leaflets somewhere else. What, couldn't handle your own medicine? So, you're finally growing some teeth, huh? Believe it or not, I like it. Makes things more interesting. You do your worst, we'll see what happens. He's a conniving son of a bitch. You're hiring? An apprentice, yeah. Running my business the right way is such a time suck. I don't have time to fulfill every order myself anymore. You've come a long way. It's great to see you taking charge of your business. I will do what I have to. I've received another letter from the magistrate as well. I think the mayor isn't quite done making my life complicated. But I'm not going to roll over for anybody. My I's are dotted, my T's are crossed, and I've lawyered up. Yay! Go ahead, all these books on business and trade laws are giving me headaches, but reading them makes me feel empowered. We all forge our own fortune. My shop is too important not to put in the work. It'll get easier in time. From the moment we first met, I could tell you have a special connection to magic. If you can hold the law degree and be this good at casting spells, I can handle some dry text on tax regulation. What you've done means the world to me. Know that you have made a friend here. If you ever find yourself in need of gear, come to me. I'll sell you anything I've made at cost. Woohoo! But not at cost. Has to be at least some profit in it. Won't take advantage of my friend. I will take a steep discount. Actually, do you have a list of items with you? I could actually use some very soon. Of course, pick anything you like. I'll send it to your hotel tonight. Ooh. Let's see. Enchantments. I want to see some plus stuff. What? Okay, the price seems like they've come down a bit, I think. Nope. Still 9,000. It's the same stuff we just saw. So much for bigger choices, big discounts. Good night, Hannah. Thanks, Hannah. I'm looking forward to visiting your shop again. Take good care of yourself, Louisa. And thank you for everything. There we go. All right. I wonder what's on the TV tonight. Both hit level 4. We got 10 renown and 20 familiarity. We're more familiar than we are renowned. Wow. And 5 more hit points. We did not get the coin. I'm beat. I should go to bed. Yes, sirree, Bob, after TV. Is it Babylon 5? I think it's Babylon 5, right? A live music show is on, focusing on popular Schlager music with German lyrics. Not really my thing, but the blonde singer is surely giving her everything. My tears for you are like sand by the sea. My grief is like dirt on the ground. Tears for you like leaves on a tree. There are many and it's too much to count. I have no idea what Schlager music is. Good morning, Fraulein. Someone told me you completed the Windsrot dungeon. I heard she is a tough nut to beat. Actually, she's a tough egg to crack. Eh? Because the bird. Enjoy your stay. All right. We could finish off this one's dungeon. We're a 9-10 now. Nice. You know what? We're going to do the Calmstein next. Doesn't let me go into the menus. I should have saved. Because we're actually not going to be doing it now. We're going to be doing it tomorrow. Because it's basically time for moving that on the Discord. Nice shot. We're going to be going to that floating island right there. The only place left we have to do. Ooh, actually, before we finish for the day, let's see if we have enough to give over to our friends. Our friends forever, yeah. Ooh, 469. Nice. I'll keep the 60 in case the guy in town needs them. 500 monster parts. We are unstoppable now. Your defenses has been strengthened, hero. You really did it. You really came through for us, lady. Yes, you did. We thank you from the bottom of our slimy purple hearts. We have no more rewards to give. Except for this. This makes you an honorary member of our club, yeah? We're an honorary monster. Achievement unlocked. You're a true friend of the monsters of Hinterberg. Our best friend. Yes, our bond is special. If you have any more monster parts to sell, we shall gladly buy them. Will you buy them at a higher price? All right, up our save. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying this. We're calling it there for now. I need to go eat. Need to go hang out, rest, relax. I'll be back tomorrow with more. Whew, hopefully we don't have any more big storms that wipe me out and kill my day. But if there is, we'll deal with it then. Until next time, everybody, stay happy, stay healthy, stay awesome. And I'll see you in the future if you remember to like, subscribe, and share. Until next time, everybody. Night.